Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody to this
Nope, not
October.
quite yet.
Oh.
Not quite yet. It's still setting up the stream. Second.
It says it's now streaming. Sorry.
Yep. Okay, now you're good.
All right, welcome everyone. Sorry for the slight delay. We had some technical difficulties, but we're happy to be joining you now for our Salt Lake City School District Board of Education meeting on tonight, Tuesday, October 6th. Welcome to all the board members who are present, and especially to our student board member, Dati Umin. Welcome. We have lots of district administrators on the call as well, and we're happy to have you with us, and Superintendent Madden. And thank you for your leadership. I also like to welcome everybody who's participating by watching the live stream on YouTube. We're really happy for the engagement. Really happy to have everybody here. I'd like to try and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and if you'll join me in standing and repeating after me. Please repeat. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And again, welcome. We are trying something new with our public comments. That's what I've been nervous about for this meeting. And then, of course, I got thrown a loop with technical difficulties starting right at 6:30. So we roll with things, right? That's what we're getting good at in 2020. So thank you for your patience. Thanks to those of you who tried joining us at 6:30. Thanks for your patience with us tonight. I'd like to move to our consent agenda, which board members you've all seen. I have one request to move the Human Resource Services report off of consent into our action agenda. But at this point, we'd be happy to take a motion on the consent agenda with the removal of the Human Resource Services report.
I move that we move the consent agenda consisting of the purchasing and accounting reports, the purchasing report Excel format, the budget report for August 2020, the payment voucher report, the school financial report of August 31st, 2020, the minutes for the board meeting September 1st, 2020, the minutes for the board meeting September 15th, 2020, the PTIF resolution, the board finance committee recommendations, the land trust plans, the board policies, G2, emergency preparedness and response, the G7, school traffic safety, I5, school day for students, I7, curriculum and instructional materials, I18, acceptable student use of internet, computers and network resources, P5, employment of substitute teachers, S5, student dress code, and S14, student mental health and well-being.
I will second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion to this?
Go ahead, Christy.
Go ahead, Christy.
Melissa, I just wanted to thank the policy committee for the great work that was done and for the changes that were made. There was a lot that was obviously on their agenda, and I just want to say thank you very much to them for the good work that they're doing.
Thanks, Christy. Sam?
Yeah, and I will just say thank you as well. That is a lot of work, and my one request is just that the policy committee at one of their next meetings look at the AP for the student dress code policy, just to make sure that it's in line with the new language.
We will definitely do that. And I just want to thank Ms. Kindle for the work she did on this as part of the policy committee. And we'll talk more about the other policies that are new or have specific things later that we want to talk about. But I want to say that I think that as a committee, and I'd love to hear from Nate and Michelle as well, but that I think I'd like to particularly say that we're really pleased with the emergency preparedness and response. It speaks specifically to some things and I think gives guidance to schools. I think that the school day for students has some specific information. The curriculum and instructional materials speak specifically to some things that we've seen come up from students in the last month or so. So I would direct students that have sent things to us to take a look at that, which I think is important. And then I'm really pleased with the student dress code and the changes that have been made there. I think they're wonderful changes. And then we didn't make many changes to the student mental health and well-being. That was a new policy recently, but I think it's a great policy that we have, and I'm really pleased that we have that policy. So that's the comments that I'd make, and I welcome any comments from Michelle and Nate.
I don't have anything to add. I think you summed it up quite nicely, and I know we have some other agenda items in discussion with some of the other policies we were looking at. But thank you for that summary, Catherine.
Yeah, thank you to the members of the policy committee. It's important work of the board, and we really value the time you spend on this. I've benefited from the time I served on that committee and now benefit from the work you're doing on it. Thank you. Do I hear any other discussion to the motion to approve the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on the consent agenda, starting with you, Michelle.
Michelle Twichbo, yes.
Mike Amelka, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Samuel Hansen, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
All right, thank you. That motion passes and we accept the consent agenda.
Melissa, could
yeah.
I just say a quick thing, since I was the one who made the request to have the human resource report, pulled. Tonight on our discussion agenda, board members, on number 4, we're having a discussion about the new teaching licensing. And I thought that would be helpful to us to know about that policy and have a discussion, with the policy committee, and then also with Ms. Orton, just so that we're better informed about what we received in that human resources packet. And thanks so much to everybody for the work that went into that.
Yeah, thanks for saying that, Christy. I think you capture that well. It makes sense to put that one consent agenda after the discussion. So that's how we've moved that, and I appreciate you for doing that. As I sometimes do, and I apologize, I forgot to welcome representation from our employee groups who are also watching this meeting and participating, and we're grateful for them for being here and for the supportive work that they're doing for our students. So I just like to recognize them quickly right now. Representing SLEA, we have James Tobler. Representing SLASA tonight, we have Chris Jesland. Representing Buildings and Grounds, Eric Adams. Ben Rowley, representing Transportation. B. Alonzo, representing Child Nutrition, and Cindy Mills, participating, watching, representing SLEOPA. So thank you all for your good work. So now we're gonna move into the public request to speak portion of our meeting. It's something that this board values in hearing from public and getting to hear what you're thinking about and what you'd like us to be thinking about. It isn't something that we've done live since the virus hit us in March. And so this is new. But it's important to us to try it. So we will follow the same rules and procedures that are in our policy that we've always followed. We've got 15 minutes for requests to speak about, and we would like to make sure that people who are making public comment follow our rules, which you've hopefully been shared with. Please don't talk about individuals or issues that reflect specifically on the character or competence of those individuals. I will stop you if that happens, and we will move on. We've got 3 minutes for each person to speak. unless we've, I think Larry shared with them 2 minutes.
I did share with them 2 minutes, and there
Okay.
are 10 people in the waiting room right now.
10, okay. So thank you for being flexible. We've got 10 people who have signed up to speak, waiting in our waiting room. We're going to invite them to join this meeting and take 2 minutes each to speak. And Larry, I'll let you and or Sam, whoever's the host of the meeting.
Okay,
take
I'll
it
let them
from
in.
here.
I'll just let them in one at a time in the order that they went into the waiting room. So the first speaker is Cody Powell. Cody, can you hear us now? Cody, I can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, you have 2 minutes, so you can go ahead and start right in.
Okay, great. It's a little, I'm just jumping in. I haven't heard any context or anything. My name is Cody Powell. I'm a parent in Salt Lake City in the school district, obviously. I'm an engineering professor. I just work by facts and logic and reason. I'm here to implore the school board to work toward compromises. I've got a prepared statement. As parents, we realize that the COVID numbers are going up. COVID is obviously a serious issue and we do not take it lightly. I am personally taking comfort in seeing the state and potentially the city elevate areas to orange status when the numbers are trending upward. It is within our city and state leaders' purview to monitor all aspects of this. These aspects include not only public health, but also mental health, economics, quality of life, education, etc. There's a careful balance between all of these issues, and the solutions should not lie at the extremes. The way it's playing out, Salt Lake School District's current policy is extreme. The district is keeping our children in a state of indefinite lockdown. Lockdowns are a blunt instrument meant to be temporary. They were originally meant to prevent hospitals from becoming overloaded, which is not a Salt Lake School District issue. Public health is a city, county, and state issue. If the pandemic gets out of control, these leaders can dial everyone back. We don't need to disproportionately punish Salt Lake children and their families. Lockdowns only work when they are applied for long periods of time across entire populations. Salt Lake City School District is not going to stop the spread while everything else remains open. When the district outlined their metrics in July, they based their numbers on countries that had low COVID numbers at the time. These low numbers were the result of extended lockdowns across entire countries. Not coincidentally, those numbers are going back up across all of Europe. Those same countries from whom you adopted metrics for success are no longer meeting those metrics themselves. It is time for the district to revisit this plan and come up with something more attainable. Please realize that this is not only a public health issue. Locking down our children is having many adverse effects. Education is suffering, mental health is suffering. Parents who should be working but now have to stay home are suffering. Our children's development is suffering, our families are suffering. The current plan is not realistic. It essentially states that you won't reopen schools until the pandemic is over. This is an extreme position. As parents, we are not asking for extremes. We are not asking for a sudden, incautious return to school. Let those parents who don't feel safe keep their children home as long as they feel necessary.
Cody, let me stop you there. It's been 2 minutes. Thank you
Okay.
for that. Thank you for that comment. Thank you for that. We appreciate you speaking.
Please reach a compromise. Please don't go to extremes. I know there was a member of the school board yesterday that tweeted that everyone should stay inside their homes and wear masks inside their homes. It's just being more extreme doesn't help balance out other people not being cautious.
Thank you. Thank you for your feedback. Moving on, Larry, invite the next person on to speak.
Okay.
Thanks.
Next person is Mary Catherine Perry.
Okay. Everybody knows it's been 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes, right? Okay.
Mary Catherine, can you hear us?
I can't hear.
Okay, you have 2 minutes and you can go ahead and start right in.
Okay. Interim Superintendent Madden and members of the Salt Lake City School Board of Education, thank you for your service and for the opportunity to speak in this meeting. And thank you to our teachers. We love and need our teachers. Although I believe that remote learning should be an option for students and for teachers, I believe there should be options for students and teachers who want and need a return to the classroom. And I believe it's time to revisit the current plan that has been made, and it feels like with little public input. It's time to ask, why did you adopt metrics for a return to school, which in the county health department's estimation will not likely allow a return to Salt Lake schools until 2022. It's time to ask why at the last board meeting, when our board president tried to initiate a discussion on returning elementary students to the classroom, she was immediately shut down by 3 other board members who claimed that there should be no discussion because that decision had already been made in July, over 2 months ago. We should not treat our return to schools as though circumstances never change, as though research and science never expand. Less than 2 weeks ago, a Washington Post article told us that public health experts have found little evidence that the virus is spreading inside school buildings. In the last week, I've spoken to dozens of families, most of whom live on the West Side, which has been categorized as wanting to stay entirely in remote learning. This is not true. At least 2/3 of the families that I spoke to in the Rose Park community want at the very least a hybrid option for their young children. One mom said, I can't motivate my son. He only does half of what he's supposed to do. He needs a teacher in a classroom. One single mom of 4 told me she had to quit her job to stay home with their kids because they were falling behind. It's so intense. She said they need to be back in school. Another mom said, we need a middle ground. And one mother with a kindergartner and a 3rd grader in the back seat of her car had her 3rd grader translate for us. When I asked, how is remote school going for your family? She answered, we have no internet and no computers. We have no school. When you refuse to acknowledge that the current plan creates risks for our students, families, and teachers, then fail to provide a plan to address those risks, we lose faith and trust with the entire community. Please consider
Mary Catherine, that's 2 minutes. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that.
Losing kids, and we don't need to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary Catherine. I appreciate that. Next, thank you.
Next speaker will be Amy Lynn Felberg.
Amy Lynn. Welcome, Amy Lynn.
I don't think she can hear you yet. I just barely let her in. Hi, Amy. Hi, Amy. You can hear us? Your mic, you're muted.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay.
Well, welcome, Amy. You've got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the work you are doing during these complicated times. While I know you are charged with the responsibilities that will determine the welfare of thousands, I want to say first and foremost that I hope you, your families, and your friends have been and continue to be safe. I am asking tonight that you consider safety. I'm asking you to look at all of the schools that have opened only to quarantine classes, entire grade levels, or in some cases closed completely. Inconsistency is not good for anyone, and it will not be good for our students. We need to stay with remote learning until we can open and stay open. And yes, this might be fall 2021. There are risks to the social isolation that our students may be experiencing, but there are solutions. Our teachers can incorporate and facilitate social interactions throughout the school day. If you need models of this, please check in with the CNA teachers at Ensign. They are doing an amazing job making kids feel connected. For those students who have not logged in, we may need to offer evening or weekend options so that they can interact with teachers. As far as I understand, we do not have a complete understanding of why students are not logging in. We need to be thorough in our understanding and sensitive and creative in solving this problem. We need to give ourselves permission for this to be a process. Our outcomes should be good, but they don't have to be perfect. My concern is that the risks to teachers for in-person learning do not have solutions. In both my professional and personal lives, I have many individuals who have contracted COVID, some as early as March and some as recently as last week. No one has completely recovered. Fatigue and shortness of breath are just some of the symptoms that continue. We cannot jeopardize those who provide education for our students. When this shutdown began, I asked if the district had done a careful assessment of the risk factors for all of our employees. No one ever responded. It is my hope that a thoughtful evaluation of how to best take care of our teachers, staff, and administrators is where you start. If you take care of them, they will take care of our students.
Amy, I'm going to stop you there. That's 2 minutes. Thank you
Thank
so
you so-
much for
you.
your comments.
Thank you for listening.
Thanks for joining us.
Okay, the next speaker is Raina Williams. Hi, Raina. Can you hear us? You're muted. Raina, can you hear us? We can't hear you. You're muted. Okay, I'll let in the next speaker.
Okay.
The next speaker is Nathan Flores.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, now I can hear
yeah,
Raina.
yeah.
Go ahead, Raina. You've got 2 minutes, and I'll stop
Hi.
you after 2 minutes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Go ahead.
I am muted.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm not muted.
You're
No,
good to go.
You're
You got-
good. We can hear you. Go ahead. You've got 2 minutes,
Okay, one
and I'll
second.
stop you after 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thanks for letting me speak. I am a mom of 5 children. Can you hear me or not?
We
Yes.
can hear you.
Oh,
We can hear
okay.
you.
I can hear Larry talking, so it doesn't sound like.
If you've got the live stream on, turn it off in the background, and then you'll be able to hear us.
Okay. I'm a mom of 5 in the district. I work full time. My husband works full time. My concern has been the value of the education provided online. And the other concern is all of the moms that have had to quit their job or reduce hours to make up for the lack of teaching, not because of the teachers, but because technology is not working, as seen tonight in trying to log on here. Salt Lake City School District has not figured out the technology. My other concern is the survey that the district is putting out was put out in 2 languages for feedback, and yet our district serves 90 languages, as we all know. So on Saturday, my kids and I went down to City Center and knocked doors and went to apartment complexes asking for feedback on how the online school is going. And we had 5 families say that it was horrible. I asked them if they had received the survey from the district. The parents said they don't have access to emails. So I'm wondering how you're getting your information about the City Center families and the West Side families wanting to stay online, because from my research, they're not getting your emails. So I'm wondering if you guys have gone door to door like we did. Also, your job is to educate the children. It's not to keep people alive. We have doctors, hospitals, medical professionals to do that. And our kids are not getting educated. So that is my main concern. I would love to have an option. I don't want anyone to go back to school that doesn't feel safe, but I would like an option. So those families that have to be in person can get the same education as everyone else.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Raina. Sorry, that's 2 minutes. And thanks for joining us. We'll let in the next speaker.
I let him in. Nathan is in.
Okay, Nathan
Nathan,
Flores,
you're
you've got
next.
2 minutes. Thanks for joining us, Nathan.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Flores, and I'm a junior at the Salt Lake Center for Science Education. First of all, I want to say thank you for the time and opportunity to speak today. I agree with the Salt Lake City School Board's decision to maintain all students in remote learning. COVID-19 has not decreased in severity and has even increased in cases. I know a lot of people think they're sort of immune to the virus because of their age or stable health. However, we don't know the effects that it can have on every individual. And because of that, COVID can be fatal no matter how young or healthy you are. Someone close to me who was affected by COVID was actually my dad. He is a relatively healthy and young person. However, COVID-19 did take a very grave toll on his health. He wasn't hospitalized, but would often go outside just to catch his breath. And to this day, he still feels the effects from COVID. Second, we all know that our brown and black community has been disproportionately affected by this virus. Reopening schools will only further despair these populations. If we really want to help these groups, we must understand that we have to wait until our test positivity falls below 5% to reopen schools. Lastly, third, remote learning has not been an easy process for a lot of people, including me, yet remote learning has taught us many valuable skills, such as internal motivation, organization, and new communication skills. I completely understand how remote learning is not helping our mental well-being, but we must realize the psychological effects that getting the virus would have not only on ourselves, but our family and our community, because cases are not just numbers, they are human lives. A good friend of mine, Molly Chan, conducted a survey to see our school's opinion on reopening, and we found that 81% of our student body wanted to switch back. Although we are a relatively small school, every voice matters in this decision, and I know that we represent how the West Side feels about reopening schools. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Nathan.
Thank you so much, Nathan.
Okay, the next speaker is Ashley Anderson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Well, welcome, Ashley. Thanks for being with us. You've got 2 minutes. Go ahead and I'll stop you at 2.
Okay, I'm here to offer continued support for the metrics previously approved by the board for safe reopening. After many years as an arts specialist, all but 2 schools and childcare centers where I've taught in Salt Lake County have positive COVID-19 cases, and of those, 7 have been over the threshold for required closure. As I talk to families, it's reported that zooming into a classroom with poor audio and a masked instructor and peers feels like an impossible way to learn. For students in face-to-face classrooms, nearly everything still happens on a computer, and the socialization we're clamoring for has provoked equal amounts of fear and stress for many students and teachers. By contrast, my own kids can pick up high-quality supplies and engage in hands-on projects in our district. Knowing that remote learning is a new part of life, there's no contesting that planned digital instruction is more effective than intermittent quarantine and constant closure. It also treats families equally, regardless of their medical needs. For those who decry inequities, I would suggest, as a prior parent at a Title I school and now a member of a more affluent community, the pandemic has not created new inequities, rather it's made them plain to a larger audience. Students in face-to-face districts still need devices and daily internet access. As a district, we can respond without taking the blame for systemic issues created by our state government. There are objectively safe metrics for controlling outbreaks, and you don't have to debate them. Families who are opposed to remote learning would be better served by advocating to our governor, legislature, and state board for a statewide mask mandate, free broadband, an FTE freeze, ADM adjustments, use of the rainy day fund, hiring freezes to mitigate reduced enrollment, continued applications for federal waivers, expanded testings, telework and relief packages for unemployed parents. I will conclude with gratitude for the faculty who are teaching my kids. While they do a great job, although it can't supplant pre-pandemic schooling, I'll work advocating for them to have safe schools and not just open school doors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Appreciate you joining us. Next, Larry.
Okay, give me 1 second here. Okay, the next speaker is Kelly. No, she's not here anymore. So the next speaker is Lucy Hawes. Hi, Lucy, can you hear us? You're muted. You're still muted. There you go.
Welcome, Lucy. You've got 2 minutes. We're
Okay,
good
perfect.
here, and I'll stop you after 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so very much. I appreciate the board and the district to making public comment possible tonight, and I appreciate the technology that was put in place. I have been discouraged with the ability to have public comment, and so I really appreciate you listening to parents and making that happen tonight. And I know that there's always going to be technical difficulties, and it didn't take that long to get back on, so thank you. I'll be quick. I'm a parent of 4 in the district. I have a child that is at a charter school because of the online learning, and I have seen it happen. One child tested positive out of school, and went straight to online learning. And today he happily returned to in-person schooling. He seems thrilled. The difference between him and his education, even though it's interrupted being in person and out of person, is miles above with enthusiasm than my 2 daughters that are at public school, at high school. And that is one of the reasons that I feel that trying to find an option for families to return to school is really important. My other 2 children are less interested in school, even though they are both fairly high achievers, but they don't show the same enthusiasm this year as my other child. To my other point, I have been asked to be on the school improvement committee. And one of the things that I really think is very important is that this is a panel of administrators, teachers, students, and parents. I applaud this effort, but I think this is actually something that would have been great to have happened in July. Nonetheless, I think that this is a very good forum and it should be utilized and very transparent. I think that it would be important for the minutes from that meeting to be transparent, for the ideas of schools, just as applied to high school, to go back to school. My biggest problem has been transparency. I'm also on the Salt Lake Education Foundation. I'm the chair, and I'm also on another foundation, the R. Harold Burton Foundation, that gives money to the district every year. And I have asked for numbers from the district, and it's been difficult for me to acquire them. I'm not laying blame at anyone's feet. I just feel transparency is very important. Even if the results are really bad.
Lucy, I'm going to hop in and stop you there because it's been 2 minutes. But thank
Okay,
you
could
for
I have
sharing
one
that.
more sentence?
One more sentence. Yep.
Yeah. I just would ask, if the results are bad, that's a problem we can tackle, and I'm really willing to tackle that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Lucy. Appreciate that. Next speaker, Superintendent.
Yes, next speaker is Ryan Bell. Hi, Ryan. Can you hear us? Okay, you're muted. And you can unmute, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi there, everyone. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. Members of the board, the right of the students to a free and open public education is constitutionally guaranteed. Here's what the Utah Supreme Court says about this. Quote, the requirement that the schools must be open to all children of the state is a prohibition against any law or rule which would separate or divide the children of the state into classes or groups and grant, allow, or provide one group or class education privileges or advantages denied another. It's a violation of constitutional rights to keep the children of one district out of school while all other kids in the state, including in many areas with similar transmission rates as ours, are permitted to attend. There are other important stakeholders here. Teachers deserve to be heard, but their rights are not constitutionally guaranteed. Parents not interested in in-person learning deserve to be heard, but their rights to cancel school for others are not constitutionally guaranteed. Children who desire to go to school have a right embedded in the Utah Constitution to go to school, and the district is failing them. In this district, we've chosen metrics that everyone knows are unattainable. It's just not plausible that we are going to achieve the test of 5% positivity rate in the foreseeable future, unless some radical change comes along that none of us can foresee. The district needs to be honest with the community if it sticks with these metrics. Adhering to the 5% positivity rate metric is an admission that we do not plan to reopen schools for the extended foreseeable future. This is simply the truth, and the district needs to be candid about it. But it is a baffling reality since every single other district in the state has found a way. Moreover, every private school in Salt Lake City has found a way, despite the transmission numbers. So what we have here is not at all an impossibility. What we have is a failure of will. A school district that focuses on teachers, that focuses on the health of the broader public, that focuses on spread to adults and other populations, is very clearly not focusing on the one group it's constitutionally responsible for, the children. Other institutions are better equipped to deal with the overall fight against COVID. The school district must focus on educating kids in a way that is equal to what is offered to all other children in the state. If the district has no interest.
Brian, let me stop you there. That's 2 minutes. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next speaker is Beth Parker. There are 2 more after that.
For a total of 12. Thank you, Larry.
Yeah. Hi, Beth. Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Beth? You're muted, Beth. There you go. Okay.
All right.
Hi. Okay.
Hi there. Thank
Hi.
you. Hi there. Thank you. And thank you so much for the opportunity for letting me speak. I'd like to start out by thanking teachers, administration, and staff who've done a phenomenal job during this time. My children every day run to their computers or devices and are excited to attend school, even if it is at home. And we really appreciate all of the extra effort that goes into this. We all want schools to reopen, especially for those who rely on schools for more than just academics. But to do so with rates this high would create a larger public health crisis. That being said, having flexibility to serve the needs of at-risk and vulnerable students is important, and the district should pursue options like CARES classes and other options, especially to help our most vulnerable populations. However, we would like to remind the district that vulnerable students include students who need to remain remote, whether it is because they or someone in their home is high risk, or they live in a multi-generational family, or have other reasons to remain remote. We are one of these families. I just had heart surgery last week. And it didn't fix my entire problem. 4 of my 5 school-age children have asthma, 2 of whom have severe asthma that require hospitalization and treatment. There are many families like ours. We don't have the option to return to in-person classes with case counts this high. We are not trying to dictate what others do or say there shouldn't be options, especially for at-risk populations. What we are doing is appealing to the board, like other speakers, to provide viable options for remote students who do not have the option of returning in person. When we do return in person, we urge the district to get rid of its draconian measures and put measures in place to meet the needs of these students who need to remain remote. These measures that I refer to is the district's current plan of evicting remote students from their schools and classes with teachers and peer groups they know to an unfamiliar certified teacher. This would cause irreparable harm. Their emotional health and education would be scarred. They would slide backward. They would be scarred, again, I say, if they are forced against their will and wishes to change everything they know mid-year. Saying that we can stay remote, but then evicting us from schools strips us of a real choice. We really then won't have the choice to remain remote. It is not a best practice to relegate them to an unfamiliar class and teacher. Also, the education of students in special education classes like my son, or ELP and IB programs like 2 of my daughters would be devastated. Moving from an IB or ELP program to a certified teacher is not an option. For many remote students, they must stay remote.
Beth, I'm gonna stop you right there. 'Cause it's been 2 minutes, and thank you for your comments and feedback. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker is Dina Friedman. Hi, Dina, can you hear us? You're muted.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can.
Thanks for
have,
joining us, Dina. You've got 2 minutes.
Oh, I have 2 minutes. I'm still at school. It's been a long day. I hope that some of you got the PowerPoint that I sent. If you didn't, I just sent you some really great examples of our student work. But I just wanted to speak. I'm a teacher at Hillside Middle School. I teach 7th grade science. And I just wanted to emphasize that a support for continuation of online learning. I'm a scientist, Larry knows, and some of you know I'm a meteorologist and an earth scientist, but it means that I strongly believe in data. And the spike in the virus in our city is really alarming. And I just wanted to debunk that. I'm hearing parental complaints, mostly in the media, and some very vocal parents that online school is a waste of time. And I just don't believe that. My students are doing great work. They should be recognized. Our teachers are doing incredible work. Today, we all made a huge mess in our bathroom and in our kitchen areas and sinks, and we had a blast. So the students are definitely learning. As far as our school goes at Hillside, and my attendance rate in my online classes is greater than 95%. It's higher than my traditional school, and the return rate on assignments is also higher. And one more thing I just wanted to emphasize is that the argument that this isn't equitable, that's true. It's not equitable. And neither is regular school. Regular school is also not equitable, but this highlights the inequities greatly. So I just wanted to emphasize that the online learning for many of us is going really well, and that I support this, and it's just a good thing. And I'm really glad that none of our students in our district, or very few, are sick. And I don't know what the right decision is as far as hybrid, online, or whatever, but the decision to have less people get infected and die and sick, that seems like the right choice. So I just wanted to put in my 2 cents. And I hope you saw some of the examples of great student work that I sent you today, because our students are awesome.
Thanks for sharing your slides and for coming and talking to us. We
Yep.
appreciate it.
Thank
Thanks for
you.
your enthusiasm.
Yeah.
And we have one more speaker, Larry.
one more speaker, Yuri Uden. Yuri, can you hear us? Looks like he's not there. Okay. He dropped off. Okay.
Okay. Well, Yuri, if you're still listening to the live stream, please join us next meeting. We'd love to hear what you have to say. Sorry we missed you tonight. Thank you, everyone, to Cody, Mary Catherine, Perry, Amy Lynn, Felberg, Raina Williams, Nathan Flores, Ashley Anderson, Lucy Hawes, Brian Bell, Beth Parker, Dina Friedman for joining us tonight. And we appreciate hearing from you. Thank you to the board for accommodating this little bit of extra time to hear from our community. I appreciate your willingness to do that. And thank you, Larry, for making it work.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Let's go ahead and move to the report section of our agenda, which is to discuss positive behavior plans. And for that, we have Emily Sutherland joining us. Welcome, Emily, and thank you. Larry, I'll let you introduce this.
Okay. Emily Sutherland is here along with Sandra Buendia, and I'm going to just turn the time over to them right now.
Sure, I can get started. Mainly, I just wanted to give the school board an overview of the new House Bill 58, because this is a new plan where schools have to write positive behavior plans and the school board needs to approve them. So I wanted to make sure that you knew what it was and what to expect. So I have just a very short little description of what is going on here. And then if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. So the new House Bill 58 was written and approved during the 2020 Utah General Legislative Session. And it states that each school must develop a positive behavior plan to address the causes of student use of tobacco, alcohol, electronic cigarette products, and other controlled substances through promoting positive behaviors. The bill also dictates how schools should address tobacco and e-cigarette violations, including the confiscation and disposal of an e-cigarette product. This new state requirement has been added to Salt Lake City School District School Board Policy S3, and the director of SEL and MTSS, me, is facilitating the process. In collaboration with building leadership, I've identified an appropriate positive behavior specialist at each school, and I've provided training and support. Positive behavior plans must be approved by local school boards by the end of October. I will compile the plans and have them available to you all, the board, by October 13th. In addition, each school's positive behavior specialist will submit an annual report to the board detailing how the plan was implemented in the prior year by May 1st. And I will also collect and deliver these reports in the spring. So I just wanted to let you know that this is coming your way. And the plans, we've asked the positive behavior specialists to outline the programs they have in their schools currently that address these substances, and then also programs that they're building. And they have also written a short rationale about how those programs address alcohol, tobacco, and e-cigarette use. And then they are actively soliciting input on their plans from school community councils and school improvement committees. And so those agendas or minutes will also be in those folders. So that's really what I wanted to tell you about, just so that you weren't, it's so new that you weren't completely blindsided by it. And also just make sure that if you had any questions, you had a chance to ask.
Thanks so much, Emily. I'd like to just go round robin and if board members have questions. So Michelle, do you have questions about this? Mike?
Yeah. Whoops, I have a question. Can I ask my question?
Yes, go ahead.
What kind of plan are you going to develop if you don't have any students in the classroom?
Well, that's a good question. And it's one that the positive behavior specialist had, of course, as well. And we talked a little bit about this because this year is so different. What we talked about was putting in the programs that they generally offer at their schools that address e-cigarettes and tobacco and alcohol and other illegal substances. So if they generally offer after this, a specific after-school club, or some of them have health curriculum that they offer even now during remote learning, programs that they generally offer, we want them to outline and to show you what they have in place right now.
I'm glad you recognize that you're not going to have any way to find out if they're even doing any of these things. They're not in the class.
Yeah, the way the bill states it is like, what does your school do to address these issues? And, I think that it's important to note that the state, this bill was signed back in March, before anybody knew what fall was going to look like. And so I want to take the integrity of the bill into account. And I think what the bill means is, what do our schools offer to our students to address these issues? And so unless I hear differently, that's the way that we're approaching it this year.
Well, good luck to you and your behavior specialist.
Thank
you. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Emily. Catherine, do you have any comments or questions?
No, I'd like to thank Emily for her work and also say that she gave a great presentation. She's done double duty today. She did a great presentation to District Advisory Council. And I really appreciated her work there. And it was a wonderful presentation. And if people wanted to know about some of her work and a general overview about what she's doing, then I think she's going to give that attachment to Michelle Riggs, and I think that people could get it from her. It was really terrific and gave a really nice overview about some of the social emotional learning and the overview that she gave. So that was really helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine.
Yeah, thank you. Nate, do you have a comment?
No, I don't have a comment tonight, and just want to thank Emily for all your work and everything that you're doing and maintaining as much as you can under the circumstances that we're living in. So appreciate that.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming to see us. Appreciate it.
No problem.
That you, Sam. Thank you. Christy, did you have a comment? Questions?
Well, yeah, maybe just to Emily, we think you rock. I mean, you have just been such a great addition to, this Salt Lake City School District family and everything that you bring. So Just to be clear, I mean, all of our schools already have a positive behavior program, right? And so we're just asking them to look at these specific areas, which is what the law added in. And then I guess some sort of disciplinary actions. Is that how you're reading it?
So you're right that our schools have a PBIS plan, which is a positive behavior interventions and supports plan. And that's a much bigger overarching plan about all kinds of student behaviors and our responses to them, and also how to be proactive and prevent, distracting behaviors. So what we've asked the schools to do is to create like a subsection of that plan that is this House Bill 58 plan. So it's like, what are we doing specifically for alcohol, tobacco, e-cigarettes, and so on? And that is what you will see, not the whole overarching plan, which would be way broader than what you all need to see for House Bill 58. So I've asked them to design this as like a section of their larger PBIS plan. And it doesn't focus as much on discipline, at least the plans don't, so much as how are we addressing these issues in terms of like responding to them, but then like responding to them, but also in preventing them. Education for students, for parents. You'll recognize some of the programs. These are things that a lot of our schools have had in place already. And then I think it's been a really good conversation for some schools because they've realized there are some gaps in maybe where they could cover some of the information better. And so I think that was the whole purpose of the bill, was to have schools reflect on how they're addressing this issue, since it's so rampant with our teens, especially, and where there's some gaps that they could fill. And I think it's done that.
Emily, thank you so much. I think that, as our board knows, we've been so heavily involved in this conversation around cigarettes and e-cigarettes, and to see that language added in, and to talk about, because I think all of us could attest that in the school community council meetings that we've been sitting in, that is one of the things that our administrators have been talking about, is how do we handle this? How do we talk about it? What kind of education should we put out there? What are my limitations? Where are my boundaries? And so thank you so much. I mean, we just appreciate the thoughtfulness that'll go behind this. And hopefully you'll circle back to us, like you said, we'll see those reports on the 13th and get a little bit more information. I think that this will be so helpful in our schools. And it was a little shocking to all of us that it's as young as 6th grade, all the way up into our, our high schools. So thanks again for the great work.
Yeah, and I think these conversations, that's exactly what these plans will do is, it's been a little bit more nebulous, like it's starting to be a problem and how are we addressing it? Well, I think this has really asked the schools to nail that down. So those conversations will be much more concrete, which is awesome.
Well done. Thank you, Emily, and thank you, board, for your thoughtfulness. Really appreciate you being with us, Emily.
Sure, thank you.
All right, we'll move on to the next item on our report agenda, and it's about police officers in schools and an update on our MOU. And I'm really happy to have this conversation with you as board members, and to, as Nate and I discussed this, kind of really set the stage for the conversation. This is a kind of a figuring out where we are and what kind of work has been happening already. And I know that we've got a great team here to discuss this MOU and this report. Sandra I'm not sure who's leading this discussion, but
Mindy Holmdahl, and Mindy is the Director of Student Services, okay, and Christina Kendall, who's the Executive Director of Policy and Legal Services.
Right. So thank you, Mindy. Thank you, Christina, for being here to discuss this.
Alyssa, what's MOU?
It's a
memorandum of understanding.
What?
It's
an
an agreement.
Memorandum of understanding.
What? You're both overriding each other.
That's my fault. I'll let what Mindy was saying is it stands for Memorandum of Understanding. And basically this is an agreement that we've signed between us as a district and the Salt Lake City Police
Department. Thank you for that definition.
And Mindy, I will not speak over you again. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
President Ford, if I could. I'm sorry, Mindy, but I just also wanted to acknowledge that we have Sergeant Doug Tierling from the Salt Lake City Police Department with us, and I believe Ms. Kendall might be able to weigh in if we have any other conversations as well, if that's correct. So just wanted to make that note.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity to provide an overview. And yes, we do have Christina Kendall and Sergeant Tierlink here to help out today. I'm going to share my screen. I have to show a PowerPoint. I might need I might need Sam to enable screen sharing. I'm getting a disabled thing for screen sharing.
Right now, Mindy.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Let's see, can you guys see that? Can you see an SRO MOU?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I appreciate it. I know that the actual MOU was made available. Let's see. Now I'm trying to change there we go. And so tonight we'll just review the major sections of the MOU. And if you have questions while we're going through this, please feel free to ask them, and Christina and Doug can help me out. As the intention of the MOU between the Salt Lake Police Department and Salt Lake City School District was to increase communication and cooperation between SROs and school administrators, to ensure student rights are protected, to decrease student citations and contact with juvenile court systems, encourage positive relationships with law enforcement and the school community, and establish clear roles and responsibilities for SROs. The major sections of the MOU drill down more on those roles and responsibilities, annual training that between school administrators and school resource officers. It discusses student record access, students' rights, and an oversight committee, an SRO oversight committee. The first major portion with roles and responsibilities, the big distinguishing factor that we hit in the training is that school resource officers are not responsible for school discipline issues. That's very much a school administrative role, a school PBIS team role. It is not something that school resource officers are involved with. They function as informal counselors in our school, initiate positive interactions, intended to be positive role models, that, you know, with things like the Explorer program, recruiting students to the police force within their own communities, intervene and prevent crisis, and divert students from the juvenile justice system using available resources with interventions such as peer court. They're educators. They help us with crisis and incident management. They promote crime prevention through access and control, like with our games and different events that we have. They're a resource for students, parents, and community. A lot of times when students won't necessarily feel comfortable calling dispatch or 911 or making a police report, even if it's with something within their neighborhood, they have a relationship with their school resource officer, and that's a lot of times how students and families will access information and make reports. And also, as law enforcement agents on our school campuses, our SROs respond to calls and emergencies. They help us deter campus crime. We've had a strong focus on restorative approaches, all of those implemented with House Bill 239 and Lowry Snow and Representative Hollins. It's in our legislation. And then they do issue citations and make arrests when necessary. We have had annual trainings for the last few years, and there's a huge list here of the different things that are part of that House Bill 460 and the training for school officers and administrators together. Talking about the distinctions between the roles and of administrators and school resource officers, talking about child and adolescent development, students with disabilities, cultural awareness. You can see there's quite a list there that is covered in these annual trainings. I'm going to turn it over to Christina Kindle to talk a little bit about our records access and how those policies and procedures work.
Hey everyone. So pursuant to our settlement agreement in the Winston case, as well as the legislation that followed that, SROs have access to all the information that any member of the public would have access to. Additionally, they are designated as school officials pursuant to the contract, and they have been provided with limited access in Power School to see student schedules and attendance. So, but other than that, unless there's a health and safety emergency, any additional information that they needed access to would have to be granted pursuant to a subpoena that they have gotten or a warrant. And that goes this as well for our video access. I don't know if that's the next slide, but the SRO MOU talks about respect for student rights. It talks about how searches would be conducted, how what sort of access to students they would have to conduct interviews of students, and as well as dictates the access to student records and videos. So all of those are done in accordance with state and federal law, as well as the Salt Lake City Police Department's own internal procedures. And it's all sort of based on around the idea of whether or not exigent circumstances are present. If exigent circumstances are present, the police department has greater latitude. If there are no exigent circumstances, we would be requiring a judicial order or a subpoena or warrant of some sort. So that's where we are on that. Mindy, you want to move forward? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Also in our MOU, we have an oversight committee. That oversight committee includes administrators from elementary, middle school, and high school. It includes the supervisor for Sergeant Tierlink, and we review the information. We review annual reports regarding citation data, and we also review how our MOU is being implemented. One of the things that was a list of things that was identified in our last oversight committee meeting that Dr. Buendia oversaw was the need for a specific tool to measure the effectiveness of our MOU. Now that we're kind of in our second year, just really evaluating how do we measure its effectiveness. Also, our citation data is broken down by race, not ethnicity. And I'll have some slides in a minute that will illustrate that a little bit. And so, but the police department and the record keeping, I mean, that's a whole system that is something that, you know, that's something that the district doesn't necessarily have control over. But the resource officers are also interested in that data. We also need the improved process for students and guardians to seek information about SRO roles and responsibilities, and an improved process for students and guardians to report concerns. We do advertise that at the beginning of each year in newsletters, but it is something that we feel like we could improve upon in terms of making that available to communities and families. This is some data that talks about the difference in school-based citations. Once the legislation has gone into effect, you can see the difference between 2013 and 2019. In 2013, you know, we had what was called unlawful acts in a school. House Bill 239 did away with those types of citations. And you know, restorative practices, just a recognition of a school to prison pipeline. Our SROs and the police department really works closely with us under the umbrella of the MOU to really have an impact on those citation numbers. And you can see how dramatically those citations have gone down over the years from 503 to 65. This is a slide about the schools totals. So again, in 2014, our high schools, 13, 14, they had, you know, significant number of citations, and that has really dropped. Middle school and high school, you know, at 10 and 54 citations last year, but the, you know, the prior year it was 25 and 35. So there's just kind of that flux in students and kind of what's happening at each of the school levels. And then this is a slide regarding totals by race, and white, Caucasian in terms of race, Hispanic. It's not broken out into Hispanic, which is our next largest population in Salt Lake City School District. And so we would just like to dig a little deeper into that data. But unfortunately, there's just not a system that is tracking that at this time, because it's the way that the citations are issued. Sometimes the school may or may not be privy to the citation if it was ultimately issued. So that's a really quick overview. Sergeant Tierlink, you know, since COVID has started, we've had 10 resource officers traditionally serving all of our schools and our different feeder patterns. And because of COVID, and the different needs throughout the city and everything that has impacted our city, currently we're down to 5 school resource officers. They have been helping at the CLCs with food distribution. They've been helping with student contacts and tracking students, and just being a resource in our district. So once we go back to full students back in the classroom, then we would return to our full SRO source or force. Sergeant Tierlink, do you have anything to add, or Christina, do you have anything to add? And then we'll open it to questions.
Yeah, so as the school resource officer or sergeant, my officers are trained to, they're not out looking for kids to give tickets to. Their primary goal is to keep the school safe. So that's their #1 goal, but 90% of their time is spent on what we call informal counseling. It's amazing how many of these students will seek out the school resource officers and talk to them and see them as somebody who can help. Frequently have kids come in the office who say, hey, I got a ticket this weekend. What can I do about it? Or a lot of times if there's issues, I can't tell you how many times I had students who would come into my office and say, I got beat up on Thursday. And it's like Tuesday afternoon, and I'm going, well, why didn't you report it to the police? And they said, I was scared. And so it's an opportunity for them to come and report crimes. And we build a lot of good relationships with the kids, and anything we can do to help the schools out to make them run smoother. We really appreciate the restorative justice. Anytime we can refer the student to, instead of giving them a ticket, that is the preference. Those tickets that you see represented, like I say, those aren't times when we've gone out and hid in the bushes and waited for the kids to come out and do something wrong. Those are when there's a real problem, and a school administrator will bring the students to us and say, we need to do something about this. Whenever possible, we like to let administration handle it, and we just help for the big stuff. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Doug. Are there any questions?
Board members, now is your opportunity to ask questions. I think I've got it so that I can see you all. So go ahead and raise your hand. Is that you raising your hand, Mike?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I just hope that in the future we can bring enough kids back to school to complement your work and what you're doing. You know, that's my hope. That's all.
Any other questions or comments? Nate, go ahead.
Certainly. So I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight, and Mindy and Sandra and Christina and Sergeant Tierlink for putting this presentation together and sharing it with us. I think the big question I have is relative to the training under section 4E and then the subsequent D. You know, it was listed in the presentation, all the various types and forms of trainings that we're looking at, from implicit bias to, you know, making sure that we're having a disproportionate minority contact. And I'm just wondering, you know, what's the feedback been, you know, between our partnership with the district and with our SROs and the department, you know, relative to those types of trainings, and what kind of progress were we able to make since the implementation of this MOU that we have?
So Mindy, do you want, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to briefly say that we had a shift because we were allowed to shift from hiring presenters to having our local experts create a presentation that was really built upon the interest as well as the requirements. And so I just wanted to preface it by saying that, and we received a lot of feedback desiring a change because it's a really long training. And so I personally feel that Doug and Mindy, as well as Christina, did a fabulous job last year. So I just want to begin by commending everybody on, you know, just building upon our local expertise to provide that training in-house.
I appreciate that, Dr. Buendia. And is there anybody with us tonight that can speak to the frequency of those types of trainings, and if there's any room for potential amendments in the future relative to critical and intervention strategies, especially with our youngsters and our students in schools? I know it's not explicitly stated in the MOU itself, but I'm just wondering if that is something that we could consider in the future.
So I think we absolutely have had a great partnership with the Salt Lake Police Department, and even their legal experts came in with our to present with Christina to just really talk through both sides of the issues and present in a unified way. I think the trainings that we do have, that there's one required training that's quite a lengthy day, but I know in our administrative trainings, there's an ongoing conversation regarding restorative practices and trauma-informed interventions, and different ways that we can use our district counselors and district social workers to support students in the classroom. Also, I know Doug can speak to, because when I talk with him, he's always telling me about the different trainings that are required specifically of police officers. It might not be in coordination specifically with us, but in addition to what they do with us, they have specific trainings at the police department.
Yeah, we have.
Oh, sorry. You can go, Doug.
Okay, so we do have trainings, a lot of de-escalation, implicit bias, and all those trainings. But then in addition to that, I meet with my people at least once a month, and we have little training sessions, because it's really important that all of my people are on the same page, so that they're not, some of them aren't doing one thing and some aren't doing the other, because as soon as we do that, then it starts to appear that we're playing favorites. And so we meet a lot. We've had some discussion on having some additional training from the district on the implicit bias and things like that ongoing. So yeah, our training is very much an ongoing issue, and we are open. Like in my trainings, I'm open if somebody from the district has something they want to present to us, I'm completely open to call my people together, and I want them to know it.
And I wanted to add that you know, Mark Cottrell, who is the city attorney who's represents the police department as one of his clients, you know, he and I have presented together every year the portions of the training that are applicable for us to present. And, you know, this MOU is a 3-year MOU. It was the initial year was the 18-19 year. So this would be the last year it's in effect. And so it'll be up for revision next year. And so definitely, you know, if there's additional training that, you know, you would like to see, I mean, that's definitely things that we can propose, or if you think we need to be more specific about that. I know the police department has always, as you know, Sergeant Tierling has talked about, I mean, they're open to revisions that we both feel comfortable with. And they've always been super supportive and helpful with all the training. And, you know, it was the last year that we did the training, it was just super impressive to see that, you know, all the SROs were the first ones there at the training. I mean, they showed up first, and, you know, our principals all wandered in, but, you know, they took it very seriously, and it was a joint collaborative effort. And I was just super appreciative for Mark Cottrell to be there. And then, as Dr. Buendia indicated, you know, our first year, Mark and I had done the initial portion, and then we had transitioned to, you know, hiring someone to do the second portion. And I think that this past year went much better when Mindy worked with our own in-house specialists to provide the second portion of the training. So I would fully support that. But definitely, if board members have feedback or concerns and want changes to the MOU, I mean, that's something that we can definitely be thinking about for the upcoming year, because the MOU will expire at the end of this year.
Excellent. I appreciate that. And I just have one additional question, just relative to kind of an anecdotal feeling, right? I know there was a lot of changes to this MOU when it was drafted and when we adopted it, you know, specifically around the exigent circumstances and just kind of a different process and protocol relative to that open line of communication between administrators and district personnel and our school resource officers in identifying, you know, specific practices about you know, how we really, you know, focus on you know, discipline that should be handled by, say, an administrator versus an exigent circumstance that should be handled by a school resource officer. How is that line of communication and partnership, you know, working for our SROs and our district leaders in our schools?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, when we first did the training, I think I got a lot of calls in terms of, hey, you know, they're saying this is an exigent circumstance. What are you thinking? And I was getting it from, you know, all the high school principals. And that was super reassuring to me insofar as, you know, they were paying attention to what had been presented to them in the training, and they really wanted to make good decisions. And they wanted to protect our students' rights, at the same time respecting you know, the role of the SROs and what they needed to do. So I was getting a lot of questions early on. And then I've gotten less questions lately, and I hope that's because that people are more aware of what's happening. Sergeant Tierling can definitely speak to this. We did have an issue last year where, you know, an administrator wanted an SRO to be part of a search. And I was reminded that, you know, the MOU specifically prohibits that. And so the SRO was pushing back and saying, no, I can't be a part of that. And I got a question, and I was like, let me think about this. And then I was reminded exactly where it was in the MOU that says, no, they're not a part of that. So I've really appreciated the restraint that the SROs have shown in terms of, we're not going to get involved in discipline, and we're not going to get involved in, you know, like school searches that we shouldn't be involved in. And so, you know, that was a good reminder for me that all the different provisions are in there, and that, you know, it is a constant reminder and a constant analyzing of the situation on a case-by-case basis as to whether or not an SRO should be involved. But I've appreciated what the SROs have done and all the communication lines that have been open. So that's what I would say about it.
Awesome. And Sergeant Tierling, how are your SROs feeling about all these changes over the last couple of years?
You know, there's been some really good changes. There's been some that have been a little harder for us. The good changes are that, like I said, the principals are not calling us for every little thing. I've been in the SRO program for about 7 years. And when I first came in, anytime I got called regularly. And that was what was expected of an SRO, for them to come up and then, so the changes, like I say, there's most of them been really good, very positive. I have some of my SROs, they read, they can quote the MOU verbatim. And if they get asked to do something that is not in the MOU, they won't do it. And it's not because they don't want to, it's because the MOU is, they realize it's there to protect them, to protect all of us. And if we follow it, then we're going to be a lot better off.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate, all that you're doing, and I appreciate, everybody from the district that was able to answer my questions, and I'm happy to see, that data on a downward trend for our district. I think that's really important.
Any other questions from board members? Sam, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. Could we just, we picked up this thread a little bit last time, but could we maybe just talk about how this program is funded? I know we funded about $600,000 on a consent agenda for this year, but I don't know if that's the 5 officers that we're now employing or the 10 that we usually would be employing. So maybe, I don't know if that's a question for the 3 of you or for Alan, but can we just talk about where this money comes from? And the MOU says that half of it comes from us and half of it comes from the police department, but I've heard anecdotal rumors that it might be slightly more complicated than that.
Yeah, so the funding source, we talked a little bit about it last meeting, is the urban issues money. And we do, so the police department will invoice us for half the salary for the amount of resource officers we have in the current year. Last year it was 10, I believe it's been 10. So we get a monthly invoice from the police officers for half of those officers' salaries.
And that's true across the board. There are no hourly add-ons to that or anything?
I know individual schools can also hire officers to come in and do some additional work. I know Horizonte does some, and some of the high schools do as well. But as far as this MOU and the school resource officers, we just pay the half.
So the money comes from urban issues, which comes from money that we've given to the redevelopment agency, and then they've given us some of it back.
Correct.
And then we give it to the city. That's very interesting. I have a couple other questions. So of the citations, do we know how many of them are drug and alcohol related?
We do. I have the full citation report that I'm happy to share with Superintendent Madden, and he can pass it along. But it statistically breaks down by school and by offense and by year.
Great. And you mentioned in the report that we need to come up with a better way of handling complaints. What is the current way of handling complaints? Are they coming in as G19s or other things like that? Or are they just coming in different ways and being gathered somewhere?
We haven't had direct complaints. The protocol is for people to communicate with me as student services director. And because we've really had so few, I think there was one about a year ago. I had a parent call me, and we've always just work with the school resource officers and take those very seriously. But there's just the question of, are we making it visible enough? Do people feel comfortable to make these complaints if there are any? Not that we're trying to seek them out, but we just really haven't had many come in. So the question is, do people know how to do it?
And can you tell us how frequently the oversight committee meets, and have they produced minutes or reports or?
Yes, we have those. They meet twice a year. This last year, typically we'll meet right at the beginning of the school year in August to review the data once we have the report from the police department. And then we'll typically meet in the spring. This year, because of school closures, we didn't have that meeting. So we will pick up again this year, but typically that oversight committee meets twice a year.
Okay. And then my last question, just to clarify, so you talked about the issue with the tagging of the citations based on race. So they're tagged based on race, but not based on ethnicity, in the same way that the census has two categories, right? They have a race category
Exactly.
and are you Hispanic or Latino or not category. So that's the issue you're talking about there, is that we're not tracking that second question.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Well, and to clarify, Mindy, isn't this true? It's not us, because we're not doing the tracking. It's just how the police department's tracking it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Their system.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks.
Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you being with us. Thank you
Anytime you need me, I'll just let me know. I'll be here.
Thanks, Doug. We appreciate it. And thank you, board members, and for taking the time to read through the MOU and be familiar with it. And as Christina said, this is something that we will be revisiting in a year or so, and happy to at board members' discretion. This was a topic that board members wanted us to bring to this conversation, and I'm happy that we have had the opportunity to have this conversation. Thank you. We'll move to our discussion agenda, which, as you know, board members, is a time for us to have discussions that may or may not result in a motion or a decision, an action. And we have quite a few things on the discussion agenda. And I know that we're moving through this as quickly as we can, but we are a little bit behind schedule. So let's move to the discussion. And the first item is a Sped steering committee, and we've got Shelley Halverson here to talk about that. Thank you, Shelley.
Hi, thank you. Well, I'm here to talk about, there's been a proposal going around about forming a special ed type of district level committee that would involve educators and board members and parents to talk about issues related to special education across the district. The committee would need to focus on probably the presence of students with disabilities in the larger conversation in the district. There's different things that happen off and on where things will go out as far as district-wide communications, and the needs of the families of students with disabilities or whatever may or may not have been considered in those instances. And so it would be kind of focused on those kinds of things. And President Ford, you can stop me if you want to give input. We do have to be a little bit careful about what this committee would discuss or talk about, simply because the programming for kids with disabilities needs to come from their individual IEPs, so that the committee could not make decisions necessarily about those things, but they could inform the district on areas and increase awareness of the issues that our families encounter as they navigate the school district. And we could work to improve communication and how to interact with their school and the IEP team at their school. Things like that would most definitely be able to be something that we would address. We just would have to probably delineate carefully what we can and what we cannot address in a committee at that level.
Thank you, Shelley.
Is that a good description? Did I get it?
I think that's great, and I think I hear that you're supportive of that sort of a committee with the careful consideration of what they can and can't look at. This board passed an inclusion resolution last spring, which I think as a board as a whole we're very proud of, and having a parent voice in how we're doing with that inclusion, that lens that you're talking about, I think is very valuable. We've heard as a board, people who've spoken to us bring up ideas for things like maybe a special ed voice on school community councils. I feel like these kinds of ideas and many others that people who are more familiar and more at the ground level with special ed, if they have special ed students, these ideas would be kinds of things that could be filtered through a parent committee to you and to people who work with you in ways that would support our inclusion resolution. I would love to have discussion from board members. I'm sure if you've got questions for Shelley, she'd be happy to answer them as well. Or Sandra, thank you for being here, Sandra. Any questions or comments from board members? How do you feel about this? Go ahead, Christy.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Shelley. It's always good to see you. And obviously, to talk about these important issues, around our SPED kids. So is this a committee, Melissa, of the board, or is this a committee that's being formed through Shelley's department?
I think that's what we're discussing. Does the board want to form a committee? Do we want to give Shelley direction to form that committee? Do we want that's what we're discussing. And this is the first time it's been brought up, so I don't expect action on this tonight, but I do want to approach the conversation and give board members a time to think about that. I would like to see action on it in the not too distant future.
Melissa,
So
do you, sorry, I apologize. Do you mind if I just step in a little bit? Because I do want to be able to just share some ideas that, Shelley and I discussed, and, we'll respect whatever the board decides and support you. But we talked about in what ways can we get meaningful participation. And so we discussed, I really felt that the town hall meetings that you all had regarding, the tiered busing and the late start was very successful and very impressive. And so I kind of wondered a lot, I shared with Shelley, maybe that's something that we consider in lieu of a committee, because many times committees unintentionally become I don't want to say exclusionary, but it's not necessarily representing all the voices in our district. And so I just want to be able to throw that out there, that perhaps, really being, maybe even considering some town halls in the spring and fall to be, and being very strategic about what time and in what location, so that we're really inviting, every parent across our district to participate and share their feedback. So just want to be able to throw that out there.
Thanks, Sandra. So there was a committee, Shelley, that you had that was a parent committee, kind of like a PTA sort of committee that was specific, with your special ed parent, with SPED parents. Is that still not going on?
Well, it is not going on. We did form a committee at the beginning of my time as the special ed director, and we moved the meeting around the district.
Right.
And we usually had a topic for the meeting, like something parents wanted to learn about and discuss. And after a while, we did not have very good attendance.
Okay.
So it does not exist anymore at this time, not because we don't feel like it's important, but because it did become, it did get to a place where it was the same participants every single time.
That makes
sense. Yeah. So we were concerned about that.
Okay.
I do think part of the issue that parents are concerned about, at least from what I hear, there's a limit to what I can provide them as far as a voice with the district, because I'm only over special ed. So I think part of the interest is in having a bigger voice so that other groups can hear how different things that we do in the district impact the families of this population of students, right? And the messages that we send based on how we message things out or whatever.
That makes sense, Shelley. So Melissa, this is just something that I'm thinking about, and I appreciate that, you know, what you're talking about is it's a conversation right now, you know, that for us to talk about. For me personally, I really enjoyed those meetings, you know, that Shelley had put together, you know, when we first started them. And I agree with, you know, the evolution, you know, of what she's talking about, because I attended some of those. I know Melissa did. So did Heather, you know, Bennett, she was a part of it. And they were very informative. But I also am listening to what Sandra is saying. And for me, one of the most beneficial things I think that we have done as a board, going back to our previous superintendent search, was those meetings that were in the community about what really counts. And the what counts premise is could be topics, could be different topics. But I wouldn't want, I think that it's important to still have topics around special ed, because there's so many things that all of us still have to learn. And as a board member, I'm always concerned that, you know, our conversations aren't including our kids with disabilities, and that we're not paying attention to our policies, you know, or maybe even the topics, you know, that we're having at our board meetings. So I would really like us to keep talking about this, Melissa. I think that it's a great conversation. I would like to explore the idea of topics with, you know, maybe not calm town meetings or what count meetings or whatever we want to do. But I don't want us to be so broad that we're not really getting to some of the issues that we need to talk about. So whether it's about special ed, or whether it's about equity, or, you know, child nutrition, whatever it could be, I think that it's so important for us to do that. And we saw such great positive interaction with our communities when we were doing those meetings, and they were so beneficial. So I think that I would like us to continue the conversation and see where it leads us, and go from there. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Christy, for that feedback. I'd love to know what other board members think about continuing this. I think conversation and kind of where it's headed. I think what I see is a need to have that special ed parent lens on a lot of what we're doing as a district, and can see the value of having a regularly meeting committee to help provide that lens for things. I'm not trying to create extra things for people at the district to do. I just feel like it's an important it's just an important student group for us to be focused on, and making sure we're meeting their needs. So I'd love to know how board members are feeling about continuing this conversation about maybe this is a good opportunity for you to reach out to, you know, to your constituents or to people you know in the special ed department who have special ed students, to kind of see what they're thinking and how we could work through this and bring this back. But this is an opportunity for you to tell me if this is something you want to pursue, and if it's not, it's not. That's why we're having this as a discussion. So let me know what you think. Sam, go ahead.
I'm open to both. I think Dr. Buendia's point is really well taken about sort of the listening tour, or the taking a moment to very intentionally have a chance to hear from a bunch of people about a specific topic. I think we should do that, and we should think about this committee as something that might be ongoing. I'd just be curious to know how it would be comprised, because obviously special ed students are an internally very diverse group. And you'd want to know, you know, how you were going to make sure you represented different needs, and of course all the other ways that we try to represent our student community anyway, geography, race, etc. So you would have to think very clearly about that, but I don't think it's a bad thing to think about at all.
Go ahead, Nate.
Certainly. Thank you, Shelley and Dr. Buendia for being here with us tonight, and you know, talking about this particular topic. You know, I would just dovetail on what other board members have said, that I think it's worth the conversation, and that we should continue to identify some of the specifics relative to, how a potential committee may be comprised, the types of topics that they might be focusing on and discussing, and how that can impact and influence, our special education students. It might even influence some of the other vulnerable student groups that we have in our school district as well. And I just don't know what that looks like. If that's a recommendation that Shelley and Sandra are willing to make back to the board at a later time. Maybe there's some best practices around the country that y'all might be familiar with your connections with other school districts that we should consider as well. And I certainly like the approach of seeking parent feedback from my constituents, who I know have special ed kiddos in our schools, and would love to kind of see what some of those topics and pressing areas of opportunity are that we can examine as a school district through a committee like this. So I definitely think it's worth an ongoing conversation. Just would want to know some more of the details and certainly potential recommendations from district special education and equity leadership.
Thanks, Nate. Go ahead, Catherine.
Well, I appreciate this conversation. I wonder also if, with the change in the fact that we've moved to hub schools, if that means that we might have parents that are part of a community, and that there might be rotations of parents. We could maybe have a council that looks a little bit like the district advisory council, with representatives from schools and things like that rotates in a little different way. So have a situation that like that. It might not be that way, but a situation that might be akin to that. Again, it depends on parents and if they want to be involved in that kind of a way. So I think we do want to sort of get a sense from the parents. So it might be as simple as surveying the parents to see whether they're interested and how interested they are. But I do like the idea of continuing the conversation and finding out, what we can do, and seeing whether parents are interested in this situation, or if they want to continue with the kind of thing that you had before, Shelley. I thought what you had before was wonderful. It was on the same evening as I had a regularly scheduled meeting with one of my SCCs. So I was so sorry I couldn't make it, but they always looked wonderful, and I was really sorry that I couldn't come. So thank you for doing those before.
Thanks, Catherine. Any other comments from board members, thoughts? Maybe the direction I have to give to Sandra and Shelley is just that this is a conversation that the board wants to continue, that we want to find ways to have our special ed parents have a voice in the decisions that we are making as a board. We want to have that lens. Basically, we want to hear from them. I'm not articulating that well, but perhaps together you can, and we can talk about ways that we can make that happen. Go ahead, Christy.
It's kind of given me an idea about something. I know that maybe it's also, and maybe I can't remember who said it, for our board to consider looking at a sponsor for at the legislature to talk about making an addition in the school community council law that a special ed parent sits on the school community council. And I think that might be something really great for our board to get behind and find a sponsor and put that forward into the school community council, that representation must be on those boards in our schools.
And that was
cool.
That was something I was talking about, Christy. That's kind of what got me thinking about it. If we had that kind of representation on every school community council, those representatives would then comprise a very good district level committee that we as board members could participate in and hear what's happening in those school conversations. Nate, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, certainly. No, and Christy, I think it's a great suggestion, and I'm not going to minimize it at all, but I would just be a little cautious, knowing the demands on a lot of the special ed parents that I know, and just the time commitment of SCCs. Depending on the school, it can be a lot, and I go to a few different SCCs just relative to my work, and I know there's a couple of schools that struggle recruiting parents. just kind of based on the student population or the communities that these parents live in and with their families. So I would just want us to be mindful that if that is, something that we pursue, that, that we make exceptions, for certain schools or for parents who are managing a lot. Just in my own experience working in schools and working with, special ed kids and adults, there's a lot on the plates of our parents who have special ed students in our schools. And I would just want us to be mindful of that. If that's a suggestion we want to make.
No, Nate, I really appreciate you saying that. And it just made me think about something that in 2 schools in my precinct, there was a request, for parents, but then their special ed directors, at the schools stepped in. And so maybe it could be something, to that, extent that it's, one of our employees, that's over our special, I don't know, let's keep talking about it and maybe get some input. Cause I agree with you. We don't want to put any pressure, but I think it might be exciting for us to, at least talk about it and see what, make it flexible and not so, we wouldn't want to put any more pressure.
Thank you, everyone.
Melissa.
Go ahead, Mike. I saw your mic was off. Go ahead.
I just have a question. What kind of input would you be looking for, Shelley, with this particular? Special ed, as you realize, is really restricted to what you can do, what you have to do as far as they're concerned. But I would just be, my experience I've never seen a lot of regular, I'll just quote, I know we're on streaming and everything, but I've never seen a lot of parents who have students, who are regular, let's quote unquote students, be interested in what happens with special ed kids. Also, being a father of a special ed kid, I'm well aware of what happens in those different classes. But so I want to know what kind of input are you looking for if you start this committee? What do you want them to tell you about? Special ed is pretty much the money for special ed is different than the money you come otherwise. I remember when I first started teaching special ed, there was just millions of dollars in special ed, and special ed bought all the computers and the typewriters and everything for everybody out of the special ed funds. So what kind of input do you want to get out of a committee like this?
Well, that's a really good question. And I know how I hope special ed operates, but we all know that then different people have different types of experiences. So one of the things that I hope to know is how is this rolling out in real life for parents? Special ed is a super complicated system that we want parents to be able to engage in, and we need to help them do that because it's kind of unwieldy at times. And so I kind of want to know what are those experiences that parents are having. And then I also want to address one of the things that you said, where sometimes it seems like, the mainstream education system may or may not be interested in what happens with our students with disabilities, but our students with disabilities are gen ed students first. It does not remove them from general education simply because they have a disability. So I would also want this group of parents to help me raise awareness, right, for all of our students with disabilities, and to just help us make sure that we have their needs, like Melissa is saying and Christy is saying, in our lens as we make decisions, because special students with disabilities are there in every decision that we ever make in education. So if you make a decision in child nutrition, it affects kids with disabilities. Transportation, it affects kids with disabilities. They're in every single building, in every single class. And so there's nowhere where we are not. And so we want to make sure that people are thinking about that when they make decisions about the types of assemblies that come in, and what might the sensory overload be for a student with autism, or just be thoughtful and mindful about the ways that we can do those things when we do things as a whole system. So those are the kinds of things I'm hoping to get out of it. Like, what are the experiences parents are having? What are the improvements that special ed can make? And also, how do we raise awareness and provide a place for parents to raise that awareness for other parents, right? So that that's not happening anymore, so that all of our students are all of our students and everybody's thinking about all of them and not as a separate group of kids. I hope that makes sense.
It does. Those things you mentioned are very valuable, and I hope that if you decide to form a committee, that's what you get out of it, because I think that would enable you to do some things with special ed that maybe they might be a good thing. I don't know. I'm not against it. Don't get me wrong. I just think there's a lot of things we have to consider when we decide to put together a committee. And I like Chandra's idea of a town hall type thing, but I don't think you get a lot of people there, because it's just been my experience, and I know we're on live streaming, but I just don't think a lot of people are excited to go to a special ed town hall. You only have special ed teachers there, and don't get me wrong, I mean special ed parents, and I love them all, and I would like to have a lot of things change for the special ed kids, and maybe this committee would be what you're talking about, would be the way to get it done. Who knows?
Thanks, Mike. We're gonna let Dottie. I saw your hand, Dottie. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Halverson. I just really wanted to echo what you said about all students are all students. And I think, especially as a student who I'm supposed to be representing students, I think that it's really important that all students are aware of the different scenarios that we face. And I think that's something that I personally am not aware of, and I would really, really be grateful to hear those voices. And I think tackling ableism starts at the very beginning, and I think it should start in education. So I'm really proud of what you're doing, and I'm really excited to hear these voices. So thank you.
Thanks, Dottie.
You need to be on that committee.
We need Dottie on every committee. We're glad she's with us for sure.
Right.
Thanks, Dottie. Any other comments? Do you feel like you have some direction and guidance, Shelley and Sandra, and we can for sure we will be continuing this conversation. So no decisions made, but I think there's support for this type of conversation to continue.
Yeah, I think for sure Shelley and I can debrief and certainly, also consult with Superintendent Madden to make sure that we're, pursuing further information and preparation for future discussions. So absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. And Superintendent Madden, to close this discussion, I'd love to have you, make whatever remarks you'd like to.
Yeah, I really appreciate this conversation, and I think I appreciate all of the comments that have been made. And Shelley and I have talked about this quite a lot, about inclusion and about how we make sure we're doing right for our special education students. And in doing that, if we're paying attention, there's a lot that we can learn about the whole school environment that can be beneficial to everyone. And so, the opportunity for it to go there, I like the opportunity, the thought of, at least extending the offer for folks to be involved in SCCs, because I really think it can deepen the conversation about the whole entire school when you think about the needs of individuals, because in a perfect world, right, we do that with every single student in the schools, and it does help us focus on that. And all students bring something of value to school, and I think sometimes it's not always viewed that way, but every student brings something wonderful with them, and sometimes it's just not always the same thing. So identifying those things and making it a part of the school environment, I think, is beneficial to all. So thanks Shelley and Sandra, for sure.
Thank you.
Superintendent, let's move to the next item on our discussion agenda, which is the COVID-19 school update.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. And I first off want to just thank district leadership for all their help with putting this together. And Michelle Amio's here, Sam is here as well, that can help with questions as we go. But I appreciate all of their hard work. And I'm just gonna do that from there. So this is our COVID update for October 6th. So, and I'll take a breath along the way every once in a while. And then if there are questions, maybe we can get at them without waiting all the way to the end. But first item here is that our technology update, and all the school requests for hardware have been filled. We've received the computers that we ordered, and we have 4,000 available now. And we will use those computers to send them back out to the schools. We took some from some of the CLCs and so forth to get kids geared up in the fall, but we're in good shape now. We did have some families that that we know that need additional computers. They may have taken one or two and had more students that needed devices. So we can fulfill all of those now. And then any sort of breakage or problems that we have along the way, we're going to be in great shape. Also with the internet service, we have still a lot of our Comcast accounts available. We're good on hotspots for now, and we'll be getting some more. So we're pretty good in all of those areas. Then we do have technology related documents and videos online for students and parents. And right on our front page, there's a blue button on there that folks can use to access materials that they need. Lots of folks reach out to their schools as well, but they can get help through here with videos and documentation. I'm taking a breath.
Superintendent.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, it's Christy.
Yeah.
So it's a little disconcerting to me that tonight we heard, a couple of people talk about, these personal conversations that they're having with parents that are saying that they don't have computers, or that they don't have connectivity, or that they don't have some sort of internet service in their home. And so what do you think would be the best action steps, or what action steps are being taken at the schools, so that we know that that our parents and our students are actually have that capability? Because that was a little disconcerting, tonight, to hear a couple of people say that, they had talked to parents that didn't have, the technology, and that school wasn't even happening in their homes.
Right. I mean, schools are still reaching out to any families that they haven't connected with. But a little later on in this presentation, we're going to take a look at some survey data, and we're able to actually mine some information out of there. So we're going to be able to take out of there, if we have someone that's having a struggle with the technology, we can identify who they are. We can transfer that information to the school, and then they know exactly who at their school is having problems with that technology, and they can reach out to them directly and solve whatever the problems are. So, I mean, there are still, certainly there are still glitches along the way. I had talked to a gentleman today that came in, and he had a hotspot and it wasn't working in the building that he was in, but we were able to get him on track to get set up with Comcast. So we're still dealing with a few of those things, but we do have the technology that we need now. We just need to make sure that it's in the hands of the students.
Larry, just to follow up then, I appreciate you saying that. Then I guess the second part of that, would you also ask, because I've also been told that we have some parents that, are not English speakers. And so there's not that help at home. And so if the child is the one who is struggling, trying to figure out how to connect, could you also, add that into, that dynamic, so that we know about our kids that don't have the resources at home, or that their parents, might not have the technology savvy, whatever it is, that we can help connect those kids as quickly as possible. Could that be added in, please?
Yeah, and the schools know. I mean, they know which of their students are refugees, maybe learning the language and have no one else at home that they can communicate with, and they are dealing with those things on it. They're just a one-by-one basis, but yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Larry. I just want to kind of piggyback on that. I'm really glad to hear that you are saying that schools and teachers are reaching out to the students that aren't connecting, or that are having some troubles. I want to make sure that teachers feel that they have the right amount of support when those kind of technology issues are happening, because teachers aren't the technology experts, and I don't want them to feel like that they have to become that, and making sure they've got the right supports as kids are engaging. I'm also a little worried about kind of saying we're hearing that everybody's got access from that survey, which we'll talk about later, just because if somebody doesn't have access to email or to a computer, they wouldn't have been able to participate in that survey, which is why I'm really glad that you're having schools individually reach out to connect, because the survey may not have connected to them in the first place.
Right.
So thank you.
No, I think we're well aware that we have to be proactive. I mean, we can't just, we're not waiting.
Right. I know that. I see that, and I see that from teachers. And I just want to also kind of piggyback. I've also been in a position where I've seen some schools where I have students that are just kind of hanging out outside the building, maybe sitting and leaning up against the school building to get Wi-Fi, basically. So I want to make sure that those kinds of opportunities are available to students where they need them. They're being creative in how they get access, and I want them to be supported in that. Nate, go ahead. Nate, sorry, Nate, go ahead.
President Ford, thank you for acknowledging that, and certainly the other discussion from board members. And Superintendent, I'm wondering if we could really make a strong emphasis on the resources that we do have available. It's my understanding that we have 1,000 passcodes through Comcast that the district supports and pays for through our education foundation, and thanks to the work of that board and you know, and our director, you know, James Yapias and Lucy, the chair. But you know, it's my understanding that those passcodes that we have through Xfinity and Comcast are not being utilized, and that there's an overwhelming majority of those still available for students. So I'm wondering if and when, you know, our teachers and you know, staff members from individual schools, when they're out there doing that outreach, if they could just emphasize that is an opportunity, that's a free service, is my understanding from our district and our Ed Foundation. I think that would really help us close the gap. And then I do have a question about the connectivity rate of our hotspots, and just wondering, you know, why we're seeing such a low connectivity rate with the hotspots that we have. And it's also my understanding that we have an order of about 800 more hotspots coming in to be utilized by students and families as well.
Maybe I'll let Sam jump on, and he can answer those questions.
Yep. So actually 800 hotspots are downstairs now. We just received them today. So we will be prepping those and having those out in the next few days. But overall, hotspots have been handed out. We're watching some of the trends through our hotspot portal. We can see how they connect and so forth. There are some students, some of those hotspots that are taking a little bit of time, and we're watching that report just to see if that is a delay of the report itself or there are issues. We've only had a few hotspots returned back. So we believe our connectivity rate is pretty high with those devices. But again, that's 800 devices that we've handed out since the spring that are out in students' hands.
Yeah. And Sam, can you speak at all to the partnership we have with Comcast and Xfinity? And
oh yeah, absolutely. So Comcast, it's a great opportunity. So we have through the foundation about 1,000 I want to say licenses, that's all right, 1,000 coupons that are available for families to have their Comcast internet line paid for them for a year, for the rest of the school year. And so principals can reach out to the foundation and recommend students for that. They can refer families to that. It takes a couple of weeks, a week to two to set up, because Comcast has to come out. But once that's set, that connection is at least 100 meg and should be pretty stable for families.
And Sam, is it fair to say that, you know, if there are folks watching this live stream, or if, you know, I know we heard from a number of parents who had some concerns about that connectivity rate, you know, if when they're talking with other parents, you know, it's my understanding that if, you know, families or kids aren't connected, that it's just as simple as asking their principal or a school counselor to get that connection made. So I want to emphasize that for everybody watching. If you know parents and kiddos that aren't connected, you know, that this is an opportunity that we have that I think would really help us.
Yeah, absolutely. Principals are in constant contact with me about when they find out a need and send me requests for hotspots. And we'll use both of these tools to help get people connected as fast as we can.
And Sam, you might want to, this is the data you sent me the other day, if you want to share what this particular piece of data was on the connectivity.
Oh, great. Yes. So the last time I ran this report was the beginning of last week. I'm still working on it for this week. So we looked at a data point, well, multiple data points. Students are going to connect into our systems in a number of ways, but primarily through a device that they've received from us, through Canvas, through Office 365, and our younger students will connect in through Seesaw. And so I pulled the data of all those systems starting from last Monday and said, how many students have logged into one of those systems? And that came out to be 94.3% of our enrolled students that have connected. That doesn't include pre-K, but our K through 12. Now we're not talking engagement with that piece. We're not talking effectiveness. We're just looking at connectivity. Students have logged in. They've connected into one of these major systems recently. And then we looked at what was our attendance rate on September 30th last year, and that was the 94.7%. So again, attendance is just a measurement of did they show up that day? And this is kind of what we're looking at with these tools. We're trying to build data sets, and I know that Dr. Amio and Dr. Hall will talk a little bit more about that, but trying to build data sets that will help us really measure student engagement as opposed to just attendance.
Neither one of these data points talks about engagement. Yeah, go ahead, Christy.
So I appreciate you saying that. I do. I think that we don't want to give a false sense, here. It's a little hard. I wish that we would have picked something else for the second data point, Sam, and that's not a criticism to you at all, because it's so much different, remote versus in the classroom. And, so I'm still trying to wrap my head around, how a student logs on each day, to Canvas, and then they go into and they get their Zoom link, and then they go into their classroom. And then at that point, they can either be there live or they can put a picture up. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so at that point, I think that, the actively participating is a little worrisome to me, because just because they've logged in doesn't necessarily mean that they're actively participating if all the teacher can see is just a picture. So I appreciate all the data points. I think we need as many as we possibly can. I just want us to really dig in and see exactly, what that looks like. And like you said, Superintendent, the engagement part is really what we would need to know about, and that kind of goes to my anxiety, which is really high, about what that really looks like when kids are in the Zoom room, and the ones who have their videos up, they're engaged, but the ones who aren't, that worries me. And from what I'm hearing from our teachers, it's about half and half sometimes. So I think that it's good that we're tracking it. I appreciate that, and continue to bring us as much data as you can, that you vet that out as much as you can, Sam. That would be so great for us to be able to provide that back to our communities. And it helps me be informed, because I can't be a good board member if I don't have good information. And so I appreciate any information that you give to me.
Yeah. Well, and one thing we might want to consider doing is maybe bringing in a couple of teachers and letting them talk about the process exactly. I mean, maybe everybody could see what it's like to be in a class too. That might be beneficial as well.
Superintendent?
Yes.
Just a minute, Mike. I saw Sam's hand, and then after Sam, then Mike Namelka.
All right.
I was just gonna say I would encourage people to sit in. I have been able to sit in at a few classes in my precinct, and it's very different, but people are engaged. And I went to a kindergarten class just the other day, which was kind of amazing to see how the teacher managed. She had about 20 students, and she had two paras working with her, one of whom was doing manipulatives, with a kind of an overhead camera, and they were counting. So they were doing, she had her hand up on the screen, and the other one was kind of keeping the students on track. And the teacher was teaching to all these kids in Spanish and English. And I'm not saying there aren't issues and there aren't problems. And there were a couple of kids there who had their screens turned off, but it was interesting because they actually did do the assignment, and they turned their screen on to show that they had done the work. So, you know, I'm not saying I'm not trying to paint an overly rosy picture of this, but I do think from my limited subjective experience visiting a few classes, I've been really impressed. And to me, it's really driven home the point that we have some really highly skilled teachers, and that they are adapting beautifully to this. And if we ask them to split what they're doing between two groups of kids, that's not going to be very effective, you know. And what they're doing now, yes, there are some students that are not actively participating, and that was true before. And it's painful to be able to see the inequities that we have in our district more clearly than we saw them before. But I think that's a lot of what we're seeing and a lot of what's causing the heartache and anxiety. And it's good for us to see that, you know. It's not a bad thing at all for us to see that and stare it in the face. But let's not confuse that with, you know, saying that things are failing when we've really only been at this experiment for a few weeks. Because I don't know, I'll leave it at that. I encourage you to go visit a few Zoom classrooms, because I have been impressed. And clearly I was on the side of erring on the side of safety. But I think this actually, I'm pretty sure this is actually a more effective way of educating people than trying to educate people with one teacher and two cohorts at the same time. So, you know, again, I don't want to be accused of trying to paint an overly rosy picture, but I do think this is working relatively well, and we should be very grateful and very proud of our teachers. So.
Any other questions on these?
I don't know whether I ought to bring up negative things or not. It seems like everybody thinks this is just super rosy. And I'm not questioning
I don't think there's anything rosy about the situation at all.
Wait a minute. I'm not questioning the numbers of the actively participating, you know, but I don't see the same things in some of the schools I've had something to do with that you guys are seeing. So I'm sure there's schools around here just doing great, but I'm not seeing the same thing. I'll give you a prime example. I know of a school right now that's got 60 students in neighborhood classes. Those teachers have gone out when they registered every time they got a chance to go out and find these kids. 20 out of the 60 aren't even logging in. So that's why I kind of question what these numbers are coming from. And it's not just one school. And I have a kindergarten mother, who had a kindergarten child in her kindergarten class. And she says, "You're just wasting his time." So I don't understand where all the good things are coming about, because I don't see them where I go. And I don't want to be negative all the time, but there's a lot of problems going on. And one of the teachers told me that, I think Sam knows what I'm talking about, that they had to start taking things off their computers because the cloud was 800 and something percent over above what they were supposed to have. Now, I don't know how much about technology. I just know that what is happening is not good for the kids. And I just think that right now in this school district, we are destroying a generation of children. And I don't think we're doing the job we should be doing teaching these kids. And I'm not saying that everybody should come back face to face, but I think some of them should have the option to come back face to face if they want to. And the teacher should have the same option. We should not limit it. And I say this to you, Sam, A teacher cannot teach both online and in the classroom. It is the hardest job a teacher could ever do. And I don't care what anybody says about that. I can tell you that for an assurity. And I don't know what else to say. I haven't got anything positive to say about it at all. I had a mother the other day said, my son just got tested. He tested 58%. And I said, well, is the state going to lower the standard back down again? Because 58% right now is an A. They're doing fine. They're on grade level. I mean, so don't make this thing rosier than it is. It is not good. It's not happening well. We have a lot of people that are kids that are not being taught. And if I was that father that came on today and said something, and if I was a father and had that many kids that he felt that way, then I'd just file a big old fat lawsuit against this school district. And I don't want that to happen. So I think we got to find out what's going on. We got to get these kids being taught, whether it's face-to-face or it's online. We need to do it. We can't be wasting time figuring about, and I don't agree with what Governor Herbert and his other people say anyway. We're destroying our economy. We're destroying these families. We're destroying kids by being so fearful of something that we get here every year with the flu. This is just a virus that hasn't got a vaccine right now. And I'm not saying it's not very bad. I'm saying it's, it's just, to me, I just can't understand why we're having such a problem with something that we see every year. And this may be a little bit worse than, some of them, but I know of a lot of people my age who still have had COVID-19 and they're still clicking right along. So if you're vulnerable, then you need to take care of yourself, and we need to take care of them. But we should not be destroying these kids the way we are. And I don't know what kind of a count you got to the state, but I'm not even, well, I'll just leave that alone right now. I don't agree with what the percentages you got. I don't think that many kids are logging in. And I think if they are, there's somebody's messing around with the numbers. That's my personal opinion. That's all. Sorry.
Can I ask a question of you, Sam?
I saw Christy's hand, and then, go ahead and ask your question, Sam.
Okay. Do you feel like you have the tech support that you need? I know the first couple of weeks were really hard, but do you feel like you have enough people to manage the tech support queries you're getting?
No. The answer is no, not for this environment. We have a great staff. The reason that we're able to do everything that we do is I have a great staff, people that go above and beyond and are very skilled. But when you're thinking about the number of people that we need to take calls from, so a student body of 21,000, a staff of 4,000, plus parents, any one thing that goes wrong and we get a large number of calls, we are definitely overwhelmed in that situation. As things steady though, we've seen the calls go down and become a little more manageable. We're starting to see patterns and we're able to correct those more quickly. But definitely, hands down, we don't have enough staff.
So do you think it would be helpful for us to consider, hiring some people even on a temporary basis for the rest of the year?
That's a possibility. Okay. Yeah, we could, just people who to provide phone support. Right now we have 5 people on the help desk who are regular help desks, and we've taken 5 school techs off their school rotations each hour to make sure we have at least 10 people on the phones every hour.
Okay.
So absolutely. As calls go down, as of last week, we're averaging probably about 150 to 200 calls a day. So if each call takes 15 minutes to carry or to work through, you can do the math and see how that becomes a challenge.
But even if you had like 5 more people as part-time workers.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, 5 more people that can help people walk through, change a password, something like that. That helps us respond to families faster.
Thanks. Sorry, Christy, I didn't mean to.
Oh, no, you asked one of my questions. So, we were on the same page. So Sam, thanks for providing that information to us. I think that you know, when we made the decision to go into remote, there's always that domino effect that, you know, is going to come up that we didn't realize, you know, we're understaffed in some ways. My other question to you is, would you be able to take that 93.3% and break that down into elementary and high school, you know, secondary for us, so that we can kind of get an idea of what that looks like also? And that could
Absolutely.
be time.
Yeah, we can do that. We can run it by school. We can run it by grade level.
Okay. And I heard you say, you know, around 21,000. I know that we're going to be getting our enrollment numbers from you in our next meeting, but can you give us a preliminary of what that October 1 count looked like?
I am working on that right now. So
Okay.
So it's probably, again, we're around that 22,000 mark total.
Perfect.
Is what I'm working through. But again, I'm finalized. I'm still working on some errors. Our final submission date for this is October 13th at 5 p.m.
Okay.
So I'm working on errors right now. I hope to have them done before the weekend, but
that's great.
As soon as I get the errors done, then I'll run the report and start getting all those
get all
reports
that,
you like.
all that stuff for us. So no, I appreciate that. The 22,000, that gives us a ballpark. That includes the charter schools too.
That does include the charter schools, yes.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you for your questions, board members. I do have some questions about attendance, and it's not just engagement. I kind of just want to know how teachers are taking attendance too. I mean, are they looking at their class lists and counting how their students are participating, or is this just a time, like a snapshot on one day, one time, how many people have logged in that day or connected for a few minutes that day? And how's that, how are we just tracking that? I mean, I guess I'll wait for the conversation about how we feel like students are engaging, but I'm just curious about that.
Yeah.
And then do want to just echo that I'm hearing, I feel like representing my precinct, it's pretty divided for sure right now, but I want to make sure the voice of those parents that really don't feel like they're being heard in terms of this is putting a lot of pressure on them are being heard as well. So I just want to second what Mike is saying. It's putting a lot of pressure on a lot of people. And so Sam Hansen, I love the way you've approached that, right? I mean, our teachers are doing great work. I don't think we're ready to say this is terrible and throw it out, but I think we need to look head on, just straight in the face of how difficult this is for a lot of people. And yes, those inequities have always existed. I think we've, as a board, have always been pretty willing to engage those inequities head on. I just think we need to continue to do that and have that kind of conversation. And I know that that's the kind of approach the superintendent is taking. So thank you for that. Do I see any other hands from board members at this point in this presentation? Go ahead, Catherine. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to hear, maybe Superintendent Madden is going to share this later, but if he's what the general feeling from principals is, and if you have reports from principals.
Well, that's a good question. I would say not in a comprehensive way. The feedback, and this would be more anecdotal, is fairly positive, but they don't all uniformly see it the same either. And so that's something that we could gather. We have talked about other surveys. We're going to share a parent survey today, but we've talked about other surveys, and I think that's an area that we'd probably want to include in there.
Okay, great. I'm sorry that I'm so, the air quality is really bothering me today, so I apologize for being scratchy. But I just want to say that I would be very interested in if you could gather feedback from principals
and assistant principals for next. I'm sorry to put something else on your plate, but that would be something that I'd be really interested in
We were
hearing.
talking about that anyway, so that's, I think it's.
I think that's great, Catherine. And that's exactly kind of what I'm thinking too. I would love to know how teachers are feeling about this.
I would
And
too.
how we
I
can,
hate
not just feeling, that's the wrong word. It's more like, what do you need? Like,
Yeah, what do
how do we,
teachers and principals need? How's it going for them? You know, what's their feedback? I don't want to put a lot of extra work on our teachers and principals to give us, but I'd like to hear, you know, their brief responses and what they need, you know, sort of what Sam has given us. I really appreciate the questions that other board members have asked. I think they've been, you know, very perceptive, and the comments other board members have made.
Yeah, we can put something together. I mean, what we want is honest feedback. It doesn't have to be good or bad. We don't want to target that. What we want is honesty. And you know, we can do a similar thing to what we did with families, and then we can use that as a tool to target people that might need some extra support in some way. And then we can individually do that with them in a similar fashion to how it's going on with students. If there's no more questions, I would.
One more, Superintendent. I got one more question for Sam. Sam, do we buy our cloud, or do we own our own cloud?
So we use cloud storage from different vendors.
And can you offhand, is that costing us a lot of money?
It depends on the system. So Zoom does store some storage in the cloud. All the cloud means is that the storage or the service is stored somewhere in the internet. It's not stored inside our internal network.
But can we do our own? Is that something that your department can put together?
We can, we have storage internally, as well as we can host storage out in the cloud. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's all I want to know.
Okay, the next set of slides, unless there's some other questions, the next set of slides are a recap of our meeting with the health department and the information that we got from them. So I'll roll through these, and then we'll answer any questions you have relative to this. The first slide is just a review of the criteria that we selected back in July, and that was our positive test percentage of 5% based on a 7-day average, and the daily new cases per 100,000 of less than 10. And those were the numbers that we started with. When we met with the health department, these are the topics that we were looking at. So we looked at age group case numbers. There was some new information that came out on September 15th from the CDC relative to indicators, and you know what we draw from those indicators. Also, there's information from the Utah COVID-19 school manual, and then there's some additional considerations and data that they brought to the meeting as well. So the first thing that I'm going to show you is the Salt Lake City age group data. So this is broken out in these into these categories, and what we're looking at is the percent of cases. And I think the notable thing, the thing that we saw first off, is this 4% number in this age group 0 to 9 is considerably lower than the other numbers. We were experiencing a surge, they said, in this 10 to 29 year range. These numbers are up to date. I updated these particular numbers, and some of the numbers the health department said, when you see a surge in the middle school or high school and college, middle school through college age kids, that later follows, it kind of climbs up into the upper ages as it gets taken home. So they expect to see a change. You don't immediately see, like, hospitalizations were in really good shape, but that's because a lot of this surge is coming from a younger population right now. But the concern is that as the younger population transfers it to older populations and it works its way up, then there are more hospitalizations as it reaches folks with higher risk. The next slide is, and this one's a little bit blurry and I took part of it off, but if you look up the CDC indicators for risk of transmission, this is just the top part. There's a lot of information in this CDC thing, but the first two pieces of information, and the one that's cut off down on the bottom is mitigation strategies. I'll talk about that in a second. But were new cases per 100,000. They looked at it a little differently than ours, and theirs was the new cases per 100,000 over 14 days. And these are the numbers, and then the risk of transmission in schools, which goes from lowest risk of transmission in schools to highest risk of transmission in schools. So 200 they would consider that to be anything above 200 would be the highest risk of transmission. And then the percentage positive in the test rates, anything above 10% would be considered to be the highest risk of transmission. 8 to 10 is higher, right? 5 to 8 moderate, and so on. And so this first piece of data that the health department brought was our numbers. Now this was based on this was on based on the date calculated on September 22nd. And so we were 351. This number is actually would be higher now. It would be closer to 400. And that kind of breakpoint number for the highest level of transmission, anything above 200, and we're probably about nearly double that right now. Our transmission, this is Salt Lake City specific. The county was at 306. This number would be up from what it was on September 22nd as well. Then we looked at the test rate, and this is the percentage. It was 12.16 on the date that we met. That was September 21st. I looked at it today, and it was 13 from the September 21st to the October 4th date. And again, based on the CDC guidance, that would place Salt Lake County in the highest risk category for transmission in schools. The third indicator was mitigation strategies. And this is something that we have been prepared for. Okay, we've been prepared for this since summer. And this is more relative to when we have larger groups of students in schools. And so we're ready on all of these areas. We have the PPE that we need. Schools have put down traffic arrows, identified spaces between desks for social distancing. So we're prepared in all of these areas. Then there were some secondary indicator. There were some secondary indicators, and that's looking at change over time. And so this is the percent change in this new cases per 100,000. And it was looked at over these two time periods. Salt Lake County on top, Salt Lake City on the bottom. And what we saw was a 79% increase between the first and second. All that said, we're in a surge right now. I mean, they made that was very clear. We are in a surge right at this point in time. So we saw these increases were fairly high, and they would still be fairly high, putting us in the highest risk for change over time. Then there were some additional considerations. So some other pieces of information that they brought. There was a study conducted in Utah in September and talking about young children infected at daycare can spread coronavirus at home. But there was no information on particular degrees or percentages on any of that stuff. Included in that was the notion that COVID-19 is less severe in children than it is in adults, but children can play a role in transmission. The one notable piece from the data before, in particular, was the low number of cases in students 0 to 9 years old. And to date, no elementary schools have had to close in Salt Lake County due to COVID-19. That was on the date that we did this. There's one school that's closed since then, one charter school, elementary closed. And in the 0 to 9 year range, there was also a lower probability of contracting COVID-19. So that's the information that we got from the health department. And I guess I can answer your questions you have about that. The next piece we're going to look at is the survey data that we just gathered from constituents. Are there any questions about this data that we brought? Yeah, Christy?
Sorry, I have to unmute myself. I've been looking at your screen, so I can't see your face. So I'm going to switch
I
to that.
can't see everything either, so I
There we
get it.
go. So this has been really great information, and I'm trying to look at my notes really quick. So Larry, could you go back to the slide that has the breakdown of the age groups? That one right there. I don't know if I know that you and Melissa, along with the other superintendents and board presidents, meet with Mr. Edwards, on a weekly basis, which I want to thank him for. I think that that's so important that you guys have been able to have that kind of audience with him. So when I'm looking at this, in my head, I'm thinking I would really like to see an age group breakdown of the 10 through 19, that we could look at a 10 through 12 and a 13 through 15. I think grouping, the 10-year-olds with our teenagers up to 19 is not a clear, indicator. So I would really like to see if you could influence to break that down from the 10 to 12 to 13 to 15. And, I know that we've been looking, and I don't know if the superintendents, I'm thinking about the other superintendents across the Wasatch Front and where they've been in school. Would it not be helpful for us to be able to look at those age groups and school data, whether it's, around the zip codes, I'm not sure, instead of just clumping everybody together in Salt Lake City, that we try and separate that out as schools, and so that we can really see what's happening in the schools. Because we know, as you just said, that there's only been one elementary school that's been closed across the Wasatch Front. And so my question would be I would love for you and Melissa to go back and say, how can we break this down, into the age group? Could we look specifically at what are they doing well in those schools across the Wasatch Front, so that, if the transmission rate could be looked at by those age groups, instead of us just being all lumped together in Salt Lake City. That might be an impossibility, but it would be fascinating to me to see a positivity rate and a transmission rate underneath the umbrella of schools, versus the city or the county. And it seems to me like we'd be able to get some information from the schools that are already have been in session, since the end of August.
Yeah.
I would also,
I would speak to just part of that if I don't mean to interrupt, but his supposition, and Melissa can chime in too, certainly she's been there, but was that the younger students they live in a more contained world, right? I mean, so younger students they're not going out and meeting up in groups as much. And so part of that was the notion that the kids in the 10 to 19 range are much more likely to meet up after school, maybe jump in a car together, which is a pretty high risk area, if people aren't masked. And so it was kind of, I think the more protected environment was his initial supposition. But these are great questions. And
okay, that would be great if we could possibly look at that. And then I think that it would be great to maybe address with Mr. Edwards, because I know that there were two parents tonight, and that I've also been told that he has been telling these parent groups that he's meeting with that if we stay with the metrics that we're with right now, that we won't see an in-person school year until August of 2022, which of course, gets people, the anxiety level goes up, right? And so I think that that would be good to clarify that, so that we can get better information out to our parents. And I would also like us to really consider as a board to add in the hospital bed capacity. I think that that was something, that one of our parents brought up tonight in their comments. And we know that when we went into those color coding, that was the reason behind it. But that is something that I've been asked about a couple of times is, who are the experts that we're talking to? And, would it be possible, to look at the hospital rate? Then I think the other thing that I would really like us to entertain and is to think about doing some kind of a forum. I think there's so much information out there, Superintendent, that may not have all of the pieces to it, but to possibly think about putting a forum together that could be live streamed, where it was you, a couple of, the medical experts that you've been talking to up at the U, a couple of parents, board members, whoever we wanted to put together, and really just have a conversation that could be live streamed out to parents to ask some of these questions, to talk about some of those things that you and Melissa have been talking with the other superintendents across the district about, and talk about the models and the do's and whatever it might be. But I think that might be really helpful for our parents to live stream into that kind of a forum, to see that we're always talking about what's happening around the virus.
Yeah, I can work with Melissa on that.
Well, if the other board members would be interested in that, that would be something that I think that would just be a really great outreach, that we could think about doing.
And that's something Larry and I have been talking about. So if I have support from board kind of in thumbs up to pursue that conversation, I think we've been talking about that. So I think that's
well, maybe even possibly Mr. Edwards, could be a part of that conversation.
Right. Exactly.
And I think that whatever we can do to provide information out to our community is super important. So I think that was all of my things I saw in that. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sam.
So I just want to point out just a few clarifying things, and feel free to tell me if I'm not correct about this, but my sense is that no other school districts in the county are testing at school, right? And so the 4% in this 0 to 9 group, as Melissa was saying, because they live in a more contained environment and because we know that they're more likely to be asymptomatic, they're also more likely to go completely undetected. So that may not be the true positivity rate for that group, right? I mean, it would not be unreasonable to assume that they might be spreading it elsewhere, but that spread might never be linked back to the school. The other thing I wanted to point out is that although only one elementary school has been completely quarantined, there have been, I think, dozens, if I'm not mistaken, of individual classes and groups, right?
Yes.
So that's all I really wanted to butt in and say.
Thanks, Sam. Those conversations on Tuesday mornings with the county health director and also the county school districts, there's 5 of us, 5 school districts that are in the county, have been really helpful. And I'd be really happy to have kind of debriefing conversations with individual board members, and potentially even, if you want to, would like to sit in on those conversations, I'm happy to take a turn stepping out so that you can participate. I think it would be helpful for people to hear how those conversations are going. Really, I think one of the things, I want to just make sure I say is a lot of those conversations, to your point, Sam, that Gary Edwards is talking about, how it doesn't look as much like those exposures or the cases are coming from the time kids are spending in the schools. It's about community spread, which then of course comes into the schools, and then that's what they're managing from there. So I think we just need to be really careful about how we kind of talk about this. And one of the things that they're working on, and Larry, you can maybe explain it better than I can, but they have a map of the county that shows where the hot spots are, and then also where the outbreaks are and how that connects. And so that information is all really helpful, and they're working on sharing that out.
Yeah, it's kind of a new piece that they're working on based on absenteeism data, which they're really not getting. They're not getting enough absenteeism data right now, but as they do, they're able to predict hotspots, and they just showed us an example of that today. And it seemed like a pretty powerful tool. So maybe we can get some more information on that too.
Thanks. Go ahead, Nate. I see your hand.
Thank you, Melissa. And Larry, just kind of going back to the mitigating factors that you had listed there, has there been any exploration or consideration of, what kind of investment or opportunity we might have relative to testing in our schools at any point that we are sending kiddos back?
There is an opportunity, and I'm going to get to that a little bit later.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll wait. I'll wait.
Yes, we have come across a possibly wonderful opportunity that I'll share with you after we look at the survey data.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Okay.
Any other questions about this data from the health department? I'm really interested in the numbers that you've had with the CDC and those mitigation factors, and I'm hoping we're having more conversations now about what those different phased guidelines mean for us, right? And I see that you're showing that where we are and where we are as a city looks like, based on the metrics there, we're in red, and then the CDC also then encourages us to look at those mitigating factors and how we can look at managing things. Obviously not probably in red, but as we get closer to that, we can make sure we're finding the right balance. And that's what I read in those guidelines now, is finding the right balance between the mitigating factors and the specific virus numbers. Yeah. Again, taking into account kind of, the boots on the ground experience of what our teachers, principals, parents are telling us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks,
the numbers have varied quite a bit. I mean,
right.
with the cases per 100,000, at one point we were all the way down to 11. Today we were somewhere close to 33. Our number was 10. So that's moved a lot, and it's moved fairly quickly. And then with the positivity rate at 13, I think we've been down as low as maybe a little bit under 9, which is the lowest we've been on that. But yeah, I think we need to look at. I mean, so as we learn more, I mean, I think we have to be willing to take that in. So I think the conversations with the health experts are very, very helpful.
Thank you for that.
Okay. I'm gonna, if I may, I'm gonna stop sharing for a minute. I'm gonna turn it over to Tiffany, and Tiffany and Michelle are gonna share the survey data that we've brought in.
And we're glad to be here. As you know, we are a district that loves data. And so as we have started to look at the experience that we're having with students and with their parents across our district, we have started our initial round of data collection so that we can have an idea of what's happening and how things have gone as we've gone forward. So I'm going to let Dr. Amio start with how we began this process, and then we'll talk a little bit about some of the things we've learned at this point so far. This data goes through the end of about the 3rd week of school.
All right, well, thank you. So we needed to assess our situation, and that's what we do in my department. We collect data and we analyze it, and then we send it off for people to make decisions around. And in this case, in the spring, of course, everyone knows that we went into remote learning in an emergency setting. We understood that there would be some anticipation around what fall would look like. We deployed a survey. The survey was not about how people wanted to do things in the fall necessarily. It was about their current experience. So we were able to ask teachers about their current experience in the spring. We were able to ask parents and students similar experience, what their experiences were, and their survey was similar. And between those 3 surveys, we were able to develop a strategic plan, and that directed teaching and learning to develop this plan and to support teachers in the fall. And then, of course, take into consideration the experiences of parents and teachers. So there were some main key ideas that we learned. These are 3. We've learned a few other things as well. One most important is that all the stakeholders that we surveyed teachers, parents, and students felt like, one, the district had done a good job in responding. However, everybody wanted a better experience. Our teachers were very specific about wanting to do a better job, which meant that they needed to be trained. And I've heard this throughout the evening that remote teaching and learning is very different than face-to-face and classroom teaching. So we took that into consideration. Teaching and Learning has done a great job in supporting our teachers in deployment of remote teaching and engaging students that way. The other piece that we heard loudly from parents was that they needed to see their children interacting in live situations, interacting more with their teachers, and having access to other students in live settings, so synchronously. The students that we surveyed also told us that they actually felt like it was a positive experience during remote, when they were able to connect regularly with their peers and then make regular interactions in a synchronous classroom setting. So those are the main takeaways from spring that we use to drive the next steps, which of course is the strategic plan that Teaching and Learning developed. So the next piece then, of course, we are 3 weeks into our school year. And so the question is, how are we doing? And Dr. Hall came to me and said, let's do a formative assessment. So a survey was developed to ask parents specifically about their experience 3 weeks into the school year. We deployed this survey on Wednesday. And as of this morning, we had 11,000 parents responding. And I'll put this in perspective. The spring survey was open for 24 days and we had 8,000 parents respond. So that's of course an indicator of the importance of how we're doing and what people want to say and do. So it's really important. I heard a little bit about informal data collections and polling and asking informally how people are doing. And I think that's important. But from an isometric standpoint, it's really important that we do it in a way that we provide equitable voice for our community and stakeholders. And so how we do that is that we provided a secure link for every single parent that had a student that was enrolled in our schools. Each one of those emails also had a specific link for each one of their children. And that way we're able to disaggregate all of the information in a confidential way, of course. We don't, we do state that in the survey, but we're able to go back and look at who's answered the survey, how many people were represented, and make sure that it matches the demographics of our district. So what do these data look like? Our parent responses came in, like I said, as of this morning. Actually, it was around noon when we pulled all of these. 11,030 parent responses. These parent responses represented about 45% of our student body. And that totaled just about 10,000, 9,916 students were represented by those parent responses. The report that I have here, 21,941, is the September 15th count that Sam reported last month. I think we're probably closer to 22,000, as he noted earlier. And I also got some calls from, not calls, emails and inquiries from parents about households being represented. And so we decided, unlike spring, we actually included the number of households that were represented in the surveys as well. So those two seem to match. We've got about 45% of our student body represented and just about half of our households represented. How those fell out, the students that were represented, 44% of the students in East Network were represented, 55% in the Highland Network were represented, and 37% of the students in the West High Network were represented. So this is the parent response distribution. And so you can see how that fell out across the elementary, middle, high, and then across the East, Highland, West networks. Right, do I, okay. This is the household represented response. So you can see the same elementary, middle, high across each of those networks. Those are the households that were represented. And then the next graphic is our student representation. And we like this one. It actually really shows a really nice distribution across the West networks in total. It varies across the schools. Middle school sizes are a little bit different. And that, go ahead, Tiffany. Okay. So again, from my perspective, we always want to look at 4 areas when we look at our data. We want to disaggregate by 4 groups. The first one is race, and then we'll get to the other 3. So when we look at our school district, we want to see if our students were represented equitably across our demographics. So how we would read this graphic is that the blue bar is our district. So if we start on the right, 43% of our students are white or identify as white. And then across to the left, across the reported races, 5% Pacific Islander, multi-race, Hispanic, Asian, American Indian, and Black are represented there. In green, those are the students that were represented. That's the percentage of students that were represented in the survey. And then of course the households are in the yellow. You can see a little bit of over-representation and a little bit of underrepresentation with our white and our Hispanic students. Okay, and then the other 3 areas that we always disaggregate by, we like to look at income, and we like to look at English as a primary language, and we like to look at students being served with special ed services. Again, the blue is just our district demographic distribution, and then the green are the students that were represented in the survey. So my part of this is to just talk through about how we deployed the demographics and what that looked like across schools. Tiffany's going to go ahead and talk about the findings. And then if anyone has any questions, we can come back to that piece.
Thank you. So we had some very interesting findings, and the superintendent and Mr. Quantz talked about this earlier. We asked students or their parents if they had internet at home or a device at home, and we did have some no's. And as Dr. Amio just said, this is a confidential survey, but what this means is that we'll be able to work with the principals at the schools for these 106 students, representing about 1% across each one of our 3 networks, that say that they currently still do not have internet at home, and make sure that they have access either through our Comcast program or with one of the hotspots that Sam has ready to deploy. We also will look at that. We've got a 2 to 3% no device at home, about 259 students out of the 11,000 students, 11,000 students surveys representing 9,000 students. And so we'll be able to work with those principals and make sure that we meet their technology needs to help them develop that online classroom and online presence. We asked several students several questions about how students were feeling about their online classroom. And we've talked a lot about attendance and engagement, how those 2 things are different. And the way I always like to think about it is just like we build a school, we have to get the students into the school before we can engage them. And we have to do the same thing with our online classes. And I just, we've had so many great shout outs for our teachers at this time. And I just want to say the work that they have done to create welcoming online spaces for their students has just been astounding. So as we look at this, the way I've done my charts is the darkest color is the extremely comfortable or extremely agree, and then they will move through to the lighter colors. And I'm really just looking most particularly at the answers that are extremely comfortable or somewhat comfortable, because I figure those are mostly okay. And then my middle one is neither comfortable or uncomfortable. So neutral, or just kind of, the meh of the survey world, which is not a technical term, Dr. Amio, I know that. So as I look at this, the first question we asked was, how comfortable do you perceive your students to be logging into the computer? And please remember that these answers will come at an elementary, middle, and high school so that parents have the opportunity to answer to each of those kids. So as their student is responding, if their elementary student is having problems, they can say, yes, my elementary student is somewhat uncomfortable, but my high school student is extremely comfortable, or vice versa. So we have about 82% of our students that are 82 to 83% are comfortable logging into the computer. So that's, you know, a good start to what we're doing. Another thing that drove out of our spring experience was that we wanted to have a unified Canvas experience so that all of our students and parents were more united around how they were getting into the school experience. And we have about 83.34% of our families who say that their students are comfortable logging into Canvas and getting into that online environment. Now, that's not perfect. Perfect is 100%, we know that, but we are 3 weeks in, and so I find that to be very encouraging and representative of some great work. We asked students how comfortable they were, parents, how comfortable their students were in finding their assignments. So we have 71.62%, or about 72% of our students who know how to log in and get to their own assignments. This was something that we heard a lot about last year from our parents who said that it was really hard to negotiate all of the different places they had to go. So we've done a lot of work this summer. Mr. Quantz and his department, we have gathered all of our applications and the different things that we're using with students so that we have single sign-on and that they're located in one place. So we think that that's helping that happen. We also have about 81% of our students who are comfortable finding our Zoom classes. Zoom and Teams were a big part of what we talked about and worked on over the summer because of that need that parents said for students to be in a synchronous environment. So finding a way to put that Zoom link where students can get to it and appreciate that is something that we're really working toward. That is significantly higher than it was in the spring. We offered some questions up about the student experience, just again, you know, and I appreciate that there are going to be questions in a minute about how well the students are learning and what data do we have. It's a little early for those. I don't have that data yet. We're just in the third week. We are, you know, we're working through our KEEP data. We're working through our Acadience data and our reading inventory data and the other assessments that we did at the beginning of the year. So right now what I have is how do they come to the classroom? And then we'll look at what that experience includes. So we just ask, how is Canvas organized? This was a part of what we did a lot of work this summer with. And 74% of our parents think that that is better than the spring. It's organized and things are okay there. We also heard last spring a lot of you know, very polarized comments about the amount of time that some kids were spending 10 and 12 hours and some kids were spending 20 minutes. So it was very important for us to think about the amount of time that we were doing. We wanted that to be a realistic amount of time. We wanted it to be an amount of time that would look like and appear that we were attending to those educational needs, but also not, you know, making it so laborious and long that students were really discouraged. We have 74% of our parents stating that the amount of time they strongly agree or somewhat agree that it's reasonable. And our average across elementary, middle, and high is about 5 to 5.5 hours a day is what they're reporting that they're spending. And so that's, you know, a good compromise in terms of what we're doing here. Same thing with the amount of time in Zoom. That was something that we were really looking at. Are we spending enough time, too much time in that synchronous piece? 73%, again, coming back, that amount is reasonable. One of the things that we know is incredibly important about online learning is the amount of feedback that students receive and how timely that feedback is. And 75% of our parents report that their child receives timely feedback about the work that they do, especially in the synchronous and asynchronous environment where students are doing some work independently. Really getting feedback from teachers about what that learning looks like is the beginning of how we're going to be able to talk about engagement and talk about student achievement as we go forward. So this is a critical one. And we also know that one of the things we were told clearly is that we need to make sure that we find ways for students to connect with their peers and with their teachers. And this one's at 57%. We're still working on this one. We have done a lot of work with some Kagan strategies. We've talked about those. Those are ways to make sure through Dr. Bundia's department and the social and emotional learning piece. We collaborated over the summer with school leadership and performance and had school teams working on this. And now those school teams are working on plans to share those strategies to really help build online communities where students are talking and doing all of that wonderful conversation that they're doing in their physical classrooms while they're in their online classrooms. So 57%, and we're working on that one as a high need goal. We asked a couple of questions about the future. One of the things that we really wanted to know overall was how manageable this was feeling, because we hear, as you do, I'm sure, very polarized reports about it's the best thing that's ever happened and it's the worst thing that has ever happened. So we asked if it was manageable, and about 77% of our parents said that this was a manageable thing for them to do. We looked at that elementary, middle, and high, and it's interesting to me as a former middle school and high school teacher that middle school really seemed, I mean, 82%, that was our high score. But 76% of our elementary and 74% of our high school really thought that that was a manageable piece. That's guiding some of our conversations about what the future will look like. And we're hopeful that it will never quite look the same as it's looked before, but in a positive way. Overall, how well is remote learning working for your family? We wanted to talk about that family experience. We've heard a lot about that. So with this one, we had extremely well, very well, and moderately well, then slightly well, and not well at all. And we had a 70-30 split on this. You can see that our statistics are just really, it's very interesting in terms of thinking about what it says. And that it does not seem to be quite as polarized as you might hear. We asked about small group, if we had the opportunities to bring students into some optional small socially distanced groups. We have some developed priorities for what educationally might be the students that are most at risk, and the superintendent is going to talk about that and give you some more information about what that looks like. And about 65% of our parents said if they had an opportunity to send students in small groups to work on some specific areas or needs, they would feel comfortable doing that. But over a third of our parents are still not ready to do that, not ready to send their students back in at this point. Our next touch point, of course, is the beginning of Q2. Q1 ends November 9th. So we asked this very kind of salt the earth question. On December 10th, if our stats look the way they do now, what would you choose to do? And, you know, we're basically split almost down the middle. We have a 46% that are calling for a move to a hybrid program, and 54% that would say if our statistics looked the same on November 10th, we would want to continue in this. So I think that that there is a lot we still need to do and can do to make this experience better. I appreciate the comments that we've heard tonight about parents reporting on things that have worked well or not worked well, and know that we're hearing those, and we're working now with very specific, you know, teachers that have specific questions, students that have specific concerns or technology needs that they're working through. And that is a real change than even the first week of school, when we had many more kind of general questions. I don't know how to, you know, where to go or where my Canvas is or how do I log on. And now we're really getting into some specific things that we're able to help students and teachers be able to do. It has been a tremendous amount of work. We have had people that have completely retooled themselves, and in 3 weeks, we have made a significant amount of progress from even day one of this school year. So we're looking forward to seeing what we're able to continue to do as we grow and develop. Superintendent, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks, Tiffany. Did anybody have any particular questions on that part before we?
I have one question. I was watching a second grader and he was on something called Kids A to Z. Do we use that, Tiffany?
Kids A to Z is a piece of learning software that is sponsored through the Utah Education Network.
Would you take a look at that? Because when I was looking at it, it's a piece of junk. Just take a look at it and see if you feel the same way. Books are out of date, quizzes ask nonsensical questions, and the questions are outside the content and not of interest to the kids. They think it's stupid. That's a second grader. So if you get a chance, will you look at that and see what
I'll
you
be
think?
glad to. It's not one of the pieces of software that we have
Good.
connected into our Canvas.
Don't
but
buy
it is. I'll look into that and find out where it's being used and what that entails.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Christy. I saw your hand. Go ahead.
I think that, did Dottie come before me? Go ahead, Dottie, and then I'll go after you.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I know, well, I'm really appreciative of this survey and the questions that were asked. I know that the survey asked that parents answer on behalf of their children, especially for questions that seem more like a student should be able to provide their own perspective on it. For example, like, how is your student coping? I know that in my own experience, my dad would not be able to answer that question for me. I find it incredibly difficult to do school. I sit at my desk for 7 hours, and I sit at my desk again for 3 hours. And it's really hard. So I was just wondering, is there any way that we could get that survey out to students? I know it might not be as statistically sound, perhaps, but I think that I know that students are a lot harsher than our parents sometimes, but I really want all the students in Salt Lake City to feel like that they have the right to be harsh and the right to say how they feel, because a lot of us are suffering right now, and I really wish we could take that survey in our own hands and maybe do that as well.
I appreciate that perspective very much. And in fact, we're already talking about the deployment of both a student and a teacher survey. So kind of like in the spring, one of the things we did last spring is we deployed the parent survey first. That helped inform the questions that we built out for both the teacher and the student survey. Because you're right, there are a lot of things that happen that parents might see or might understand that would be very different from your perspective, especially for students that are older and you're doing more of it independently. So I appreciate that and know that that is definitely part of what we do. We just kind of wanted to get that first starting point with parents, and then we'll build from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great questions. Michelle and Tiffany, thank you so much for the information that you've provided today. I've been really anxious to see, what the survey was what kind of information the survey was going to bring us. First, I want to say that I totally hear what you're saying, that we're only 3 weeks in. And for me, I'm not looking so much at some of the details about remote learning, although it was good to see what you brought to us in regards to how parents are feeling, about getting in and looking at Canvas. What I was really interested in seeing is who took the survey. And so, Michelle, when you started out and you said, we had 11,000 respondents, that 45% of them were student body, right? And so we're
represented 45% of the students.
Of the students, right? So 45% of that was students. So we're still missing that 55%, of our students that didn't respond. And I have to tell you that I just had a little bit of a drop in my stomach when you could see very clearly that only 37% responded in our West High network. And I think that we need to ask why. Why is that we have such a low percentage, and I know that there were some problems with, things going into spam or multiple things, But for me, I think the question I want to ask is now, how do we circle back? Because I think it's super important that that's so low that we need to circle back and figure out how to reach out again to our West High network to get our parents and our students to respond to this survey, because I don't feel like it is going, and I appreciate what you said, Tiffany, that this is going to, vault us into our next conversations. But I feel like we've left behind, a good chunk, of our network. And so that's my question out to you is now, what are we going to do to circle back so that we can even that out and get a little bit more above, the majority? I would really like to see the 60 to 70% before we start, moving towards, or continuing the conversation.
Right. Dr. Emil, do you want to start? And then I'll.
Yeah.
Closed. I want to know, I just have the quick question. Is the survey closed?
This round of the survey is closed.
Right.
But again, this is round one, and we do intend to launch another round. So we'll talk a little bit about that right now.
And so one of the things, Tiffany, too, is that if we did want to open it up again, it would still provide time to allow the rest of our parents access without the parents who've already responding, because the links are unique. So maybe I'm not speaking, maybe I shouldn't be speaking about this in an open forum, but because we had a limited amount of time to deploy the survey, Christy, I think that if we had left it open, or if we decided maybe we do leave it open for another, 5 days, that our families that are more pressed for time, I'm certainly making assumptions here, but I think maybe, or don't have the access immediately to respond, that might allow for more time. And I think also our schools, our principals, are really good at reaching out to families, and that would be one way that I would suggest that we are able to do that. Because in the spring, I think the distribution was a little bit better, but we also had it open for 3 weeks. So capability-wise, we could open it and still allow for those who didn't get a chance to take it without keeping those links while keeping the links closed that had responded already. So we could actually rebuild some of the data and reporting.
Another thing that really brings people's attention to responding to a survey is the fact that we are discussing it in an open forum. And as I believe our stakeholders realize, that when we launch a survey, that data is used to create strategic plans, and that data is used to inform the decisions that go forward, then it increases the stakes for taking the survey, which is one of the reasons why we wanted to start early and deploy often, so that we really have kind of a day-to-day sense of where we are and where we're going. So we appreciate the opportunity to discuss the survey here, and so that people know that when we launch it, we are using excellent isometrics. It's designed well, it's deployed well. Dr. Emil answered 100,000 questions about, I know that the survey has gone out. I think you have an old email. Can you put my new email in for me? Or I've just gotten an email so that I can participate in the survey. And principals and principal secretaries uploaded those into PowerSchool. And as soon as they were uploaded, that survey deployed to them. So we know that we heard parents taking this seriously and wanting to have their voice heard in this, and we'll continue to ask to hear their voice in this. And maybe, as we continue to dip in and to pull recent and relevant data, we might have shorter windows than 24 days that we did in the spring, but we are now more forward thinking in terms of wanting to come back and ask those questions again, or use those questions to develop deeper dive questions that will help us plan even better for the future.
I just wanted to make a comment in response to Dati and student surveys, that the responses may be harsh or real. And we saw that in the spring, and sometimes the student responses were even a little bit opposing to their parents. So that's one of the things that we had to, Dr. Hall and I have been talking about, is getting that student perspective, and we would mimic the survey to some degree about their experiences, so that we could get some balance in that too. So that's something that I didn't get a chance to say that, but I wanted to just affirm that that is something that we want to do, and that's really quite valuable to us, informing and supporting teachers in schools. So.
Yeah, that sounds really great. I'd be really grateful if we could do that.
Okay, Dr. Hall, Larry Madden.
Any other questions on the survey?
I'm ready to.
Thank you. I do have a quick question. I mean, it's really, this is really great information, and I'm really happy to see just how many respondents there are. This is the kind of information I think we need to be able to be making really good decisions. I'm really happy to see how many people are feeling pretty comfortable with things. But even still, it really stands out to me that it's, 54 in would keep things the way they are, and 46% even now we're looking for more options, and then the numbers that would say they're comfortable in small groups. So I'm really super interested to hear, Superintendent, kind of what you're going to be talking about in terms of next steps, because I do think it's really important that we're recognizing that there is a pretty significant group, at least of the respondents of this survey, and certainly what I'm hearing from in my community, that really want choices. And so really looking forward to the next part of this conversation. Thank you.
Can I just say one thing, Melissa? May I ask one question?
That's fine with me. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Is it possible, Dr. Hall and Michelle, that you might be able to develop a survey for my precinct, for precinct 1? So there's the 2 on the west side that I'm most concerned about. So maybe we can see what they think, what they feel. Is that, I don't know whether that would isolate it more or make it illegal. I'm not sure. If that's something we could figure out or not. To me, I don't know whether we're being overshadowed on the west side by what's happening on the east side. So I worry about things like that. Okay.
No, that's a great question, and I appreciate that. That is one of the things that we are looking for, and as we're looking at data, and in the early days of the survey, we sent the number of responses by school out to principals and said, please, push this out and let parents know this is happening. So, and again, this is hot data, right? I mean, we closed and started to bring it back to you today at noon. So that, so we could have it ready in 6 hours, but we can look at that breakdown and say, this is how many, from a school, with the big breakdown, we have the district and the breakdown by the networks and the breakdown by elementary, middle, and high. But we can continue to look at that and see what schools were represented. So there are ways that we can do that doesn't break the confidentiality of the survey. Good. And that will really let us know what things are important. We'll also have parent comments that are tied to that will help us see maybe specifically what parents are thinking about in that precinct.
Thank you. I would appreciate it. I don't know whether Michelle would like to look at that also, but I would appreciate looking like something. I'm not one not to say I'm always right. I mean, if I'm wrong, fine. I would agree with that, but I would like to really know what my schools are what are going on in my schools.
We have it already.
Can you give that to me?
Yeah, I've got, we have all of the responses by school as well. I just didn't have time to format it, and we did plan to let schools know, and then we also collected 5,000 comments that we've also analyzed and coded about half of them. So we will probably be more prepared for that once we decide if we want to continue with the survey or if we want to wrap that up and send that out to schools. We did do that in the spring with the spring results for all of the schools. Also, we gave them their results plus all of their comments specific to their their schools.
I'm sure Michelle would like to see that too, so she can tell those that are in her precinct what's going on a little bit. So we have a better idea. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's, they're just as good as the east side. It's always been east and west anyway. But I would, like to really know what those numbers are and everything. I would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yep.
I think one thing though, Mike, with the data, like we'll get good data if we get numbers from the elementary and the middle school. I don't think we're going to get very solid data with the high schools, just because, for you all go to East High, so that's going to be mixed with that section, and then West High is going to be mixed in with like Avenues kids. So we're probably going to get better data if we just look at the middle school and the elementaries.
Good idea. Yeah, that'd be great. Yep.
We're going to let you sleep tonight first, though, Dr. Anya, and your team. Everybody sleeps tonight. Then you can start.
At this rate, are we sleeping? Yeah.
Not yet.
Let's move ahead, Superintendent. Thank you, everybody,
Thank you,
for your
everyone.
comments.
Thank you for these comments.
Okay. Thanks, Tiffany and Michelle. Appreciate it. So then next thing we were looking at was this is kind of where we are with our different grade levels, and we have allowed some flexibility for small groups from the first decision from the board. Students with IEPs, English language learners, some refugee students, and we've made some extensions to these small groups here with students performing below grade level. So we've allowed some latitude for schools to start to look at the need to bring in small groups of kids that may need some extra support, and then also looking at the needs within the pre-K, K1 and 2, and how we might start to bring in some small groups there for those that choose to do it. And we also understand that we're going to have a fairly significant population that's going to choose to not do that. But for those that do, we want to start looking at some small groups there. And then the other small group that we'd like to start working with now is seniors in danger of not graduating. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we need to bring all of those kids in. If we're working with them well in a remote environment, then fine. But if we do need to bring in some small groups of those kids, we are going to allow the latitude for schools to do that. Okay, so that's kind of where we are. And then
so that's your recommendation for starting right now with small group learning.
Yes, to give that latitude, right? And then going forward, so from here, from where we are right now, I mean, I think we want to keep looking at everything. I mean, we have our metrics, and I think we should keep those. We want to also look at the trends with COVID-19 and see what's happening. Again, we are in a surge right now. Health department advice, and we can also include others in that, other medical professionals in that. And then we've got all that stakeholder survey now that's also very useful information. And then the one piece that I don't have a lot to share on this, but I did want to note it. There's a thing called the HERO Project, and it's a Utah Health and Economic Recovery Project. And I talked to Dr. Adam Hirsch from the University of Utah. I've talked to him a couple times now, and he's kind of the liaison that I've been working with on this. And this group's going to be able to provide us with testing and perhaps a lot of testing. And we're working on the details of that right now and what that might look like. But say, for instance, we had a school that wanted to bring back some groups in K1, 2. We may be able to test all of those students. And so we're going to meet again. I'd actually like to set up a meeting with him and board leadership to touch base, and then maybe decide how we can pull everybody in, and perhaps even bring him to the next board meeting to have a conversation in a little more detail. But the opportunity for much deeper testing, and then there's also that is not a grant, so it's not a cost, it's not a research project. It is a project to help try to to monitor what's going on so that we can more effectively bring kids back into school in a safe way. There's also an option for a symptom monitoring tool that they've been working on with Duke University that we would be able to have access to as well. But we just barely had our first discussion about that. So there could be some really interesting information to come from that. So given weighing the situation, where would we go next if at the point that we are ready to go next? In elementary, we would want to expand small groups more. And Dr. Hall did some work on this, and these are research-based decisions on where the highest needs would be, and that would be students in grades 3 and 4. And we're not saying now, but we're saying as we move forward as next steps, we would look at the students in grades 3 and 4 transitioning to more independent and abstract work, grades 5 and 6 needing support in math, and then students needing extended or supplemental learning, and then other needs determined by each individual school's data. So they may come up with needs of their own, and we want to be responsive to that. In the middle school, a little bit different. Students reading below grade level would be a first group of students that we would want to address. And some may be dealing with some of these kids now relative to the not being on grade level, or maybe even being an English language learner. There could be other reasons. Some of those kids may be in small groups now. Then students in classes that require hands-on practice, so CTE kinds of classes, fine arts, music, and then extending into science courses and other courses that might require benefit from hands-on. And then again, students needing extended or supplemental learning. And similarly in high school, really the same things to reading below grade level, students in classes that require hands-on practice, CTE, fine arts, music courses, other courses, and then academic courses as well. Some of these courses, though, I mean, we've talked about this in the past, is, some of the CTE courses really require kids to actually perform something so that we can even evaluate where they are relative to the standards. And then another area of focus would be students in grade 9, secondary 1 math courses would be a focus. And I think there was one more and of course then others determined by the schools. So that's where we are. What other questions do folks have?
Go ahead, Catherine.
So is this ongoing testing? And is the testing you're talking about ongoing, and how often is it?
So those are still questions that we're looking at, but I think it is ongoing. It's a saliva test, so it's really an easy test for kids. It's not invasive like the nasal swabs, and that's just
it's the paper antigen test. Is it the paper test?
It's the PCR test, so it's really accurate. I mean, it would be a really good test. It would definitely give us some really solid information. But I'd like to bring Dr. Hirsch to answer specific questions about the program. I can answer in a general way.
Great.
Yeah, but that seems to have, I think, really, really good potential. Yeah.
And is he thinking that we would be like a experimental site, or is he just?
He's doing this in a couple districts along the in the county. I responded to him really quickly when this first came up, and so we've had two really good conversations. And he very much wants to work with Salt Lake City School District. He's doing they're just barely starting to do some work in Davis County. And they're definitely ready to go to work for us.
It sounds great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Larry. Thanks, Catherine.
Yeah.
Christy, go ahead. I saw your hand.
Larry, could you go back to the next step slides, starting with
I'll try.
the K through 3 and then going to, so let's see, keep going.
This one.
Let's see. Yes. So let's start here with the elementary. So I just want to make sure that I'm hearing you right. So what you're saying is these would be the next steps with transitioning our kids K-3 into small groups, right?
Right. So the previous part, we've talked about the pre-K 1, 2, and the opportunity to do small groups. That flexibility can exist now, and these would be the next areas. But I mean, I think the way we're looking at it is rather than having these kind of hard points where we would make a huge change, is to transition. Because I think then it allows us to look at the data as we go. We can learn from others around us. We can learn from the health department and medical professionals, but we can also learn from ourselves as we go.
Right. That makes sense. But I guess my question is, so am I hearing you recommend that we start this now in November with the second term, or are you recommending that we just continue to watch the metrics and that when it becomes to a point where we can do this, we do this?
That's what I'm recommending. Yes.
So you're recommending that we wait until we reach the 5% and the 10 and 100,000.
Well, I would not say it exactly that way, because we've already allowed some flexibility to bring in groups, the younger groups, K1, 2, right? And I think that this is a possibility too. But I think it's, when we originally chose those metrics, and those have, been validated by the medical professionals I talked to, they said those seem like good metrics to choose at the time that we chose them. But the thing I'm also advocating for is that we pay attention and we're willing to weigh other things into the equation. And so, like with the data that we had from the health department, when we started to look at that, the younger the kids were, appeared to be the lower risk. And so my view of this is, let's start there and let's transition. Now,
so if we go back one slide, then where you're talking about starting right now with the K through 1. Sorry, where was that? So right here, begin with pre-K, K 1 and 2. That we're going to start with them with small groups starting at the second term.
We would get the flexibility to our elementary schools to start looking at that now. I mean, it's probably not a light switch, so it wouldn't happen tomorrow. But they're going to need to do some planning around that, how they actually want to do that, so that they don't disrupt completely what their teachers are doing, because it's going to take some planning such that we don't create a situation where teachers are going to now be doing 2 things. Rather than 1. And I think they can do that by their collaborative groups. But we know that if we create a situation where a teacher has to be an online teacher and an in-person teacher, that those things have been, I think, problematic, or at least very, very difficult when they've happened in other places.
And so that makes sense to me. And I know Sam Hansen touched on that a little bit ago. And I know that I've heard that also, and then of course we heard from some parents tonight, the fear of our parents that are in remote, that somehow they would be, put with a different teacher or somebody that they didn't know. And so as I'm looking at this, as we go through these steps, 1, 2, and 3, I just want to be clear on what you're recommending, but maybe really what we need is to have more information, so that we know, because for me right now, the remote needs to be stellar.
I agree.
Which we're not at right now. And before we start to move, my parents want to know what that looks like. And, so I'm a little worried about, where our conversation is going to go tonight, because I personally, what I'm trying to do is to put my personal biases aside and how I feel about my personal choices, because that's not what I'm supposed to do at this board table. At this board table, I'm here to represent a very divided house that I live in right now. in my precinct and across the district, as we heard tonight. And we keep hearing, that yes, our parents want to be, in remote, but we also have another voice of parents that also want to have some choice and some options. But I don't want to throw them into the choice and options without having a clear plan. And so as I look at that, I think, okay, I have to represent both sides of what I'm hearing and be able to say, what are the things that we need to fix in remote so that our parents feel like that stellar education is being given to them. But also, I want our board to be able to talk about the other voice that we're hearing too, which is that parents need to have choice and options. So as I look at this, I applaud that you want to begin these steps, through our K through 12 system. But I also want to make sure that we're guaranteeing, the education that they need to have. I'm extremely worried about, and you've just touched on it, and Sam Hansen did too earlier, about what that means for our remote parents, and what that means for our teachers, in some sort of a small group, learning environment, even starting with pre-K, 1 through 2. What does that mean, for in the classroom? What does it mean for the remote? And I'm not clear on that yet. I don't know if I really know what that plan looks like. So my anxiety is really high about this. And, and the anxiety is really high about our kids that we still, are not hearing from, in regards to, our survey. So I just want us to be open. I'm just asking our board to please be open to hearing both sides, because right now like I said, I have a very divided house and I need to listen to both sides. My personal biases and my personal choices are not what belongs at this board table. And so, Superintendent, I'm just asking for us to be really clear about what you're going to be recommending. And maybe that means additional in the next meeting, that will be more information that you'll be bringing us.
I understand. And I do. The thing is, I feel like this conversation is going to keep going on, right? I mean, we're in it, and I think we're going to be in it for a long time, and we can make decisions. I mean, we can do that, and we can say yes or we can say no to things. I know we have the ability to do that, but I think we have to keep taking in information as we go. And I think this is going to stay dynamic. And I know that creates discomfort. And I get that it creates discomfort for families. And I couldn't be more sorry for that. I understand this is so incredibly hard. And I understand how hard it is for board members too, because I get it. I mean, I know that even the data shows that we're representing people that are, this is stressful. And people feel very strongly about it. And I hear that and I understand that. And then at the same time, I would like to maintain some flexibility as we move forward in this. I appreciate the conversations and I appreciate the questions, but I worry about making a really hard decision, because sometimes that's gonna work for it seems like fewer people. And I think we're going to know more. We know more now than we knew when we chose our metrics. I don't regret the metrics that we chose. I think they were good metrics that we chose at that time. But I think we have to be open to taking in more information and learning as we go, and then seeing how we can apply that information so that we can maintain the safety that we've chosen, that we want to maintain, and at the same time serve the people of our district. So I don't know if that helps at all, that answer, but my notion is that we should maintain some flexibility and keep learning as we go. And we'll learn more at the next board meeting. I mean, we can bring in some experts, we can talk to some other people, and keep kind of growing as we move forward. But I would also very much agree with you that I think our focus has been, and I have heard from a lot of teachers, this is really hard. Everyone is in some ways a first-year teacher again. People are having to learn things that that a lot of folks didn't think they would ever have to learn, and they are doing it brilliantly. People are working so incredibly hard. I couldn't be more proud of the teachers and the district. And I've heard, and I know we hear both ends. We hear positive and we hear negative, and I hear that from teachers as well. But I've heard so many teachers mention that a lot of the things that they have learned through this immersion in remote learning are things that they want to keep and that they'll be able to apply in their classes as well.
Sorry, go ahead, Catherine. I saw your hand.
I just think we all need to wait to hear more about the testing, because if we could test all of our students every day, that would be a total game changer. I mean, that's just going to change. So I just want to hear more about that. So bring that to us, Larry. That would be very exciting.
Okay.
That would be really amazing. So thank you for exploring that. Thanks for answering fast, and let's get that information as fast as we can and jump on that and be the, that would be amazing. So thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Catherine. Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to thank the superintendent and Christy, for your comments. And I do think that we're in a position where we're still learning, and we need to gather as much information and data as we can, not only from other districts but also internally. And just based on the conversation and presentation from Michelle and Tiffany, I am also intrigued to hear about what kind of feedback we get internally from teachers and from more students. I think that should weigh heavily as well as we move forward with this. That's just my personal opinion at this point, and I would just want to echo that and also dovetail and support the more discussion around the testing piece, and if we can bring in some more health experts that can help guide this discussion so we can maintain that level of safety that we're committed to.
Thanks, Nate. My 2 cents is I love flexibility. I love moving toward options for families. I think that choice piece is really important. I'm hearing that loudly. I'll echo what Christy's saying. We have similar precincts, so maybe we're hearing similar things, but and I think it's represented in the survey data as well. The parents are looking for options, that there's a lot of stress on them for things on parents. There's a lot of stress on all of us. And so I want to make sure that the conversation is continuing in the positive way of the great things I see happening. I don't want to downplay any of that effort that's gone into it at all, but I do want to make sure we're looking at continuing providing these choices for parents in ways that we can do it safely. And I think that, I said it before and I'll say it again, I think there are ways that we can do some of this safely now, and I appreciate you bringing that to us in this way. Sorry, I see hands, so go ahead, Dottie, and then Nate.
So I would just echo exactly what board member Kennedy and basically all the board members said, which is that quick testing could be a huge game changer for what we're doing right now. I was able to speak to a teacher recently, and she said that her priorities for grades beginning with schools would be grades 1 and 2, because students who are currently in 2nd grade right now, they were remote all of last spring in 1st grade classes, and so they weren't able to solidify their reading. And because what we're working on is to making sure that students don't fall behind, especially in reading, one way to do that would be by putting 2nd graders in 1st. And kindergarten and pre-K classes aren't required by state law, so first grade might be where more students come in for their first year of schooling. So that's what I have to say about the small groups. I'm also wondering, like, I've seen the cases coincide with school reopenings across the county. That just frustrates me so much. I think, like, Granite School District contributed almost 238 cases. Murray contributed 17 cases. Jordan School District contributed 278 cases. And it's incredibly naive for us to not think that those cases are interacting with the city cases. It's incredibly selfish of other districts to make that decision because the students in Salt Lake City, like, we're being set back more and more, and we're going farther and farther away from that 5% metric, which is something I think the 5% metric is a really good parameter for us to be on because it's a key to success. But what I don't want is for us to keep waiting throughout the year, waiting to hit that 5%, while other school districts are taking advantage of that and sending their own children back to school at the expense of ourselves and our students. I know that the county probably has not a great amount of authority for this, but I would really like to see the county come together with all these school districts, which I know they're doing right now, but to create a set of guidelines that help all these school districts so that we aren't completely, that this doesn't extend for longer than it has to. And like East High, there have been students who've been throwing parties like all over Salt Lake City. And it's because I think a lot of students don't see an end to what is happening. And so the more and more frustrated they become, the more and more they don't want to put in the work to take their part in what's happening. And I think that's so sad. Like, I don't want to see that, but that's what's happening right now. That's the reality. And I think if students can see an end to where this will stop, instead of seeing it as some indefinite thing, that would help them a lot.
Thanks. That's just, it's so thoughtful and so right. I mean, if everyone participated, if everyone wore masks everywhere they went, if everybody did the best they could, we could knock this thing down. But you know, and you're paying such great attention. I really appreciate it and see what's going on around us. And you know, I mean, there's been 17 high schools that have closed just in Salt Lake County. And so then there are students that are in school, then they're out of school for 2 weeks, and then they're back in school. I mean, we do have consistency right now. And I think at least folks do know, they know what to expect tomorrow. And we don't have, you know, classes getting isolated. I mean, you know, where you have part of a school go away. There was one school just in the last couple of days, not in Salt Lake County, but they ran out of teachers and substitutes. And so they had to close because there weren't enough adults. And so it was a smaller school in Paiute, but I think thank you so much for your thoughts.
Yeah, I have no doubt that we are making the right decision now. I know we are. I just hoped that other districts would be more empathetic for the students in this city, because that's not what I see right now. And I want to go back to school, and I want to go back safely.
Yeah.
I want all of us. Yeah.
Well, I want that for you for sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dottie. As always, we appreciate your thoughtful comments and your response, Superintendent. Nate, did you have one more comment?
Yeah, I did, and I couldn't agree with you more, Superintendent and Dottie. You know, I think we're all in this this realm of what I'm hearing is being called COVID fatigue, right? And it's real, and I've certainly experienced it in my own life, in my own work, and certainly on the school board. And sorry, just to kind of dovetail back to Christy's comments about you know, personal bias and all those other pieces. And I guess it's a request and a statement too, Larry, in the sense that, and I'm certainly not putting a timeline on this either. And I appreciate you know, kind of framing it in that realm, but I really believe that, you know, we're going to have to be prepared, you know, for every eventuality. And my thing is, I want you and your experts in our district, on your cabinet, all the way down to our teachers and administrators to feel empowered to, when we have these discussions next, that we know what we're making a decision about, right? I am hearing some feedback that there's some hesitation to talk about what our next steps are. And I get that, right? But my thing is, I really believe in relentless preparation, regardless of my own personal bias or feelings relative to this illness. And I just want to make sure that at whatever point in time, we're ready to, continue this discussion and make a decision. And again, I'm not saying that that's tomorrow. I'm not saying it's, at the end of the term. I don't know when that is, right? We still, I think, a lot more information and data to go over, and a lot more lessons learned as a district and internally, and a lot more lessons learned from the community. But I really want you and your team and this board to one, feel empowered to be ready for whatever our next steps are when that is. And I'm talking, nuts and bolts. I'm talking, practices, best practices, what creates momentum, what kinds of data points are we looking at that would help us, determine when we need to roll back, so those are all missing pieces. I feel like I'm feeling in my own space right now, but separating my personal bias from this conversation, I really want our district to feel empowered to continue to reach out and to plan, relentlessly in a very meaningful way about how we take a step forward or how we have to take a step back.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think we need to be really well planned out for whatever the next step is in school. I mean, there's no, I mean, we'll have no excuse to not be. And we've talked about this a lot with school leadership and, being prepared for whatever the next step is. Yeah.
Go ahead, Christy.
I always forget to unmute myself. So I just want to thank everybody who's pitched in their 2 cents tonight. I think it's so important for our board to have open communication with each other and with you, Larry, and with the staff that's on with us tonight. We're not going to be able to continue to move forward if we don't have these kinds of hard conversations. And I hope that our staff and our teachers and our administrators in our school are hearing us tonight, that we appreciate all the work that you are doing. And also, I think that, we need to say something about our parents and our students tonight too, because like you said, Nate, I think we are feeling that fatigue. All of us are. And, we're just trying to make the right decision for our kids, because it should be about our students. So, we always need to circle back to that. So thank you for the information tonight and for, the conversation. And I guess what my question would be is, what do we do next with this information that you have, Larry, that you've provided tonight? And are we looking at our next meeting, Melissa, as having, more information, or what kind of direction do we need to give tonight as a board to Larry and to staff for our next meeting, so that, we can continue, as Nate said, to keep looking at the nuts and bolts?
Thanks for that, Christy. I'm hearing one item of direction I thought I heard general, like, overwhelming support for, was more information about the HERO project and testing. So I'm seeing nods for that.
Yep.
I
also to have, if there's any, Larry, if there's any legal implications that might, be interlaced into that, I'm sure Christina will be a part of your conversation.
Yeah, we do have, I mean, we have to have permissions, of course, but yeah, we'll include that.
And this is obviously a conversation we will be having at our next meeting and our next meeting. I think Larry's alluded to that. We've had it at our previous meeting and the previous meeting before that. We've been talking about this for a while. Maybe you're hearing that fatigue from me, but I also, I think these are important conversations. I think we make progress every time we engage. And I just really want to make sure that that we're kind of on the same page for what we're looking for from our next conversation. I'm hearing that we want some specific maybe recommendations, more information about what you're looking at in those next steps. Go ahead, Catherine.
We wanted to hear from principals and teachers, and that we were just going to gather that information. I think it's also important to remember that the results from the survey were pretty clear, actually, and also the numbers are pretty clear still, that, you know, that we can't go back with these kinds of numbers. You know, that's pretty clear. And the disaggregated, I think that we didn't get to the disaggregated data, but they were shared with board members. The disaggregated data was also interesting. And I think that may explain why the West numbers were lower, is that I think the West community may be possibly less divided than the other communities. And that may also lead to why there was a less response from the West community. And I would be happy to have the West community, have that be opened up again if they wanted to allow the West community more time to respond. But there was more unanimity among the West numbers. I see you wincing, Larry. I mean, maybe unanimity is not the right word, but there was a higher response rate in the West community. So, you know, that's what I would say, that possibly there was less urgency to fill out the survey than there were in the other communities.
So have we decided to leave the survey open?
Well, I heard from Michelle and Tiffany that there was some back and forth about whether they would reopen it, because Michelle said that there was a possibility because they were unique links. Yeah. And I didn't hear a definite decision being made that could possibly happen. But I didn't hear a definite decision being made. So I don't know. I think that's up to them. I think they can decide that later. You know, I think they need to decide whether they need that to be closed or open. And I think that's a decision that they'll have to make depending on how they need to work with those results. And I don't want to push them, because I think they probably need to think about that later. And they'll need to decide whether they need to use that data as it is or not. But I think that they can decide later, and we could put something in, you know, we could ask the West principal to put it in the announcements, for example, because it didn't go out in the announcements as far as I saw. But you know, that's something that could happen.
Right.
And besides that, you know, but I think that still the you know, a 54 to 46% is not actually considered that close, you know, in terms of data typically. And so, you know, we still really are leaning towards remote learning in our district. But like I said, if we could get to a situation where we could test every student just about every day, that would be a huge shift.
I'm not sure we get quite there.
That's right. We're there, and that would be, you know, then we'd have safety in our schools. We'd be able to return. So,
thanks, Catherine. Go ahead, Sam. I saw you had your hand up.
I was just gonna say I'm very supportive of this flexible framework that you laid out, and I would just encourage us to think about the future a little bit further ahead. And I don't want to sound like I don't care about the frustration and difficulty that's happening now, but I do think this conversation has brought up the fact that a lot of us have a lot of fear and anxiety about how a hybrid would work when we do get to our metrics.
Yeah.
And so I would just encourage us to, you know, yes, of course, be responsive to feedback about what's going on right now while we're in this surge, but also turn part of our attention towards taking a second look at that plan, because I would have stood behind that at the beginning of the summer as the best hybrid plan in the state. But I think we now have the benefit of a lot more information. And
I agree. And we can, I mean, I absolutely agree with that. I think we really need to look around, and we can look more broadly too. I mean, we can see what other people are doing around the country relative to this, but there's certainly, I agree with you, and I've come to kind of fear it a little bit myself, just in that the burden that it puts on teachers is not realistic, not sustainable.
Thank you. I think we've had a lot of conversation about this. I'm still seeing hands, so I don't want to cut conversation off, but I am sensitive to the fact that it's nearly 11 o'clock. So Nate, go ahead, Nate.
Oh, no, I'll go ahead and pass. It was
Okay.
around teachers, and I just
All right.
say that I'm hoping that, that discussion that we're having about hybrid in, lessons learned from other districts, I hope that can be incorporated into our survey in some way, shape, or form.
Certainly, and this is a conversation we'll need to keep talking about. And I just want to make sure, I'll just reiterate where I'm at. I'm still super concerned about the kids that we're not reaching, and want to make sure that this flexible outlook, Larry, is really inclusive of focusing on those kids for whom remote is not working at all. Let's make sure we're finding solutions. And I am supportive of the framework you've got, but I would really like to push us toward having really sort of in-depth conversations about how we can focus on those really marginalized groups and young students as quickly as we can. I just think we've got to figure out how to face this head on and help where we can help. And I'm not advocating for a sooner return than is safe, but I am looking at safe options for people who need them. Obviously, we have other things on our agenda. I'd like to make the suggestion, perhaps even go as far as to motion, that we move discussion agenda items 3, 5, and 6 to the next meeting. None of those things are particularly pressing. They're important, but not pressing. If I've got a second for the motion to move those items to table them to the next meeting, I would take a second so that we can have our agenda shortened just a little bit.
I'll second that motion, Melissa.
Okay. So the motion, any discussion to the motion to table discussion agenda items 3, 5, and 6? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on that.
Michelle Tweetspo, yes.
Mike DeMalco, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Real Hansen, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Thank you all for that. We will discuss at our next meeting board policy B1 and the administrative procedures for G25 and G26. So let's move right now to the discussion agenda item, which is the new board policy P6, district specific teacher licensing. As you know, because we moved from consent agenda to action, the Human Resources Service report, which is a reflection of the need for this new policy. And because it's a new policy, I'd love to hear from Christina and the policy subcommittee, and Moselle Orton is here as well. Thank you, Moselle, for sticking with us, and Christina so late, to kind of give us a background for where we are on this policy.
Okay, so I can start, and I've talked to Moselle about this, but I'm sure she can jump in if I say anything different. So this policy is required by changes to USBE with regard to what was previously known as, sort of an all-encompassing ARL program, an alternative route to licensure. Currently, the ARL program still exists, but it's only for people who have been grandfathered in under that program. They are not accepting any new applicants. So with the ARL program not accepting any new applicants, USBE has drafted rules which are now in effect that says basically your options are for to obtain an associate educator license, an AEL, which allows individuals who have enough qualifications to apply for an AEL, that they'll get a license while they're finishing their program and doing their 2 years of professional practice, or for the district that they have been hired at, to grant them a district-specific license, which allows them to work only in that district while they are pursuing an educator license through USBE. So basically, if they don't have an associate educator license, then they are, and we've hired them, or a educator license, and we've hired them, then they would need to get a district-specific license from us. And the whole program covers people who don't have an educator license currently, or who don't have the appropriate credential or endorsement to teach in the field that they want to be teaching in. So the report that you currently have that has been moved to discussion or action, I don't know where it's been moved to, is the individuals who have been hired by the district and put on a district-specific licensing program so that they can teach in our district. You'll be receiving a different report in November that is for individuals who don't have the credential or endorsement that they need to be teaching in the field, but do have an actual educator license. So USBE requires that we have a policy in place to describe how our district-specific educator licensing program is going to work. And that's what this policy is. That was why we needed it in place tonight, so that you could we needed to have that policy in place in your approval of the list of individuals, because those individuals, that list needs to be sent to USBE, who needs verification that we have approved these individuals to be on our district-specific educator licensing. So hopefully that makes sense. I did try and talk fast, but it's 11.
Any questions about that? Moselle, do you want to elaborate at all?
I think that Christina summed it up very well. Of course, this is a small piece of a much bigger regulatory change for certification that I would hope we would have an opportunity to address in depth at some point with the board, so that the whole spectrum could be understood and discussed. But other than that, yeah, that about sums it up.
So, thanks, Christy. I do want to kind of piggyback on what Moselle said. I do think this is a larger conversation for the future about, and probably a near future conversation about that big change. But it is 11 o'clock at night. So I do want to provide time for questions. So if you've got questions, ask them. I saw your hand, Christy, but I am hoping that we won't spend, too much time on this tonight, knowing we'll have a future conversation. Go ahead, Christy.
I know we all keep saying 11 o'clock at night, but I actually think that this has been one of the most productive meetings that we've
had,
and it's been a really great conversation. So the question that I had is, I know that the list.
Mike, will you turn off your mute your microphone? Thanks, Mike. Go ahead, Christy.
I know the list was daunting, when we first looked at it. And so the question is, and I don't know Moselle or if it's Christina, there aren't any liabilities for us. Is that right? As far as seeing that there are expired licenses, that approving, these individuals doesn't hold, there isn't any liability issues for us.
No, there's no liability for us as long as we have a board approved policy in place and our procedures comply with the USBE rules. The program that I think Moselle will discuss at a later date, as Board President Ford talked about, is very stringent, and there are a lot of requirements to it. And so it'll be very easy for some of these applicants to fall off, to not meet all the criteria. But as far as the district having a liability for us, as long as our program is complying with state law, which I'm sure it will. And we've actually drafted the administrative procedures for this policy. We just didn't want to, that's sort of not how we do things. So I didn't put those forward, but our program is up and running. It's compliant with all the rules and regulations, so there will be no liability.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that answer, Christina and Moselle. Catherine, I see your mic. Are you? Go ahead.
Move that we move this policy to, I move that we move this to the action agenda.
Okay, I'll second that.
It's already on the action agenda.
It's on discussion. The policy itself is on discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Catherine.
So Catherine, could
PTIF resolution, I move that we move it to the action agenda.
So it's not PTIF, it's just the human resources report. And maybe Catherine, if I could just say, like, thank you for making the motion to move this from discussion to action. Maybe we can then take up both items together in one motion once it's moved to action. But we've got this this motion and I've seconded. Any more discussion to moving it to action?
So it's board policy P6.
P6.
Oh yeah, P6.
I don't know if Catherine got a second, but I would second it.
Okay. All right, so we've got a motion and a second to move it to action. Let's go ahead and Sam, do you have a comment? Sorry,
let's vote. I'm sorry.
Okay. I was trying to move through it quickly. Go ahead, Michelle. Let's just start the voting.
Michelle Twichbo, yes.
Mike DeMalco, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Samuel Hansen, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, move to action. So that concludes our discussion agenda. Let's move to our action agenda, which has the two items, the board policy P6, which we just moved to the action, and also the human resources service report that we moved from consent. I'll take a motion.
All right.
To approve policy, board policy P6.
And the human resources service report.
Well, we have to do them separately, don't we?
No, when we've talked about this before, Christina, correct me if I'm wrong, we can make a motion to just approve the action agenda items, but we can do it,
Well, no.
You can do it all together if you're just doing approve everything on the action agenda.
Okay, so move to approve the action agenda.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve the action agenda from Christy and a second from Catherine. Any discussion to that? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote.
Michelle Twichbo, yes.
Mike DeMalco, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Samuel Hansen, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, approved. Thank you all. And let's move to the last item then on our discussion, which is our superintendent search. And I see that Mike Collins and Molly Schwartzhoff have joined us. Thank you for joining us. I'm sorry that this is so late, but thank you for being here. And I'll let you go ahead and lead this part of the discussion.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having us. We're thrilled to be here. Has everybody had a chance to look at the materials that were sent out earlier? Mainly the agenda is kind of what we're going to start off with, the topics for discussion, or we're going to just briefly address what we're going to cover tonight. And we'll try to be conscientious of your time and make this quick and painless. So if there's any questions, just jump in anytime and stop us. Does everybody have that topics for discussion document, or would you like me to share my screen?
Share your screen.
Everybody's received it, but it might be nice to have you share the screen for anybody watching to see it as well.
I've got an error message. It said host disabled participant screen sharing.
Oh,
Somebody could let me.
wait, I can change that.
Perfect.
Okay, you're good to go.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, can everybody see what I'm looking at, the topics for discussion? I'm gonna take that as a yes. Nobody's stopping me. All right.
You're good.
All right, so here's the topics that we want to kind of roll through this evening. The first one is discuss the procedures for reimbursement of candidate travel expenses by the district. We talked about this kind of briefly earlier. When it comes down for the interview process, the first round interviews will be done via Zoom, so there will not be any expenses. when we get down to the second round interviews, and that would be your top 2 or top 3 candidates, are you all okay with reimbursing candidate travel? Now that would be, everything would be documented with receipts. That would be airfare, meals, lodging, car rental, everything reasonable. Is that something that you guys are prepared to offer your candidates?
Melissa?
Sorry, go ahead, Christy. Ask questions.
So
And,
my
and Molly,
question-
feel free to call on people. I don't want to have to monitor this.
I wasn't sure. So I'm would like Alan to weigh in on this because I don't remember what we previously did. And if it's something that we've already established, then, you know, that would be great. But Alan, can you tell us?
We did it last time.
Did we
The last time we did reimburse travel, hotel, meal.
3 candidates.
for the finals, right?
Yes,
3 candidates.
I couldn't remember, so great.
Yeah, we
I
did it.
move that we reimburse reasonable expenses like to the same standard we did last time. That's for up to our 3 finalists.
So right now we're discussing, but
Oh,
we
we're
can, I think that's, you know, a good approach, but let's finish the discussion. But so I'm hearing that in previous, we did do that. Any other questions? And Molly, I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. You just let me know when I need to stop and when it's time for me to start running my mouth again.
Go ahead.
All right, perfect. So we'll go on to the next. We can always come back and make decisions and vote once we get down to it. The next thing I want to talk about is establishing a timeline for the search. Now, I did send 2 documents to everybody, and I'm not going to go through them stage by stage. But the biggest difference between the 2 was one was a 30-day recruitment and one was the 60-day recruitment. Now, you guys are hitting a fantastic peak time, so you're not in a crunch time. There's no need to rush it. And I think we talked about this previously. The 2 biggest times for traffic when candidates are looking is over Thanksgiving break and is over Christmas break. So what we are recommending is the 60-day recruitment. Since you have that luxury, let's take advantage of that. So that is what we're recommending. Now, when you look at the timeline, and I'm going to pull it up here really quick. When you look at that timeline, and stop me if you guys can't see my screen. But when you look at that timeline, any meetings that are highlighted in yellow, that is when we will need board involvement. So I need everybody to look at those dates that are highlighted in yellow and take a peek and see if any of those dates are a problem or conflicting for you. So while I pull that up here really quick. Let me share my screen.
Molly, while you're doing that, can I just ask a quick question? So I'm looking through my emails and I don't see an email from you that has this information.
Christy, it came from me, and
Oh.
and it came from me a couple days ago. Molly sent it to me, and I forwarded it out to the whole board. It had several attachments at the bottom. As I recall, that timeline kind of came through as a PDF, so you may see that then with attachments underneath that. If you didn't get it, I apologize. Maybe the rest of the board didn't either, but I sent it out maybe Sunday, maybe Monday.
I have it, I think.
I'll just search and see. And if not, then I can get it from you. So
I think you sent it yesterday at 9:17 a.m.
Thank you, Catherine.
So while Christy's looking, I pulled up the timeline that we're suggesting, and it's the option B timeline with the 60-day recruitment. And what I kind of mentioned earlier were those dates that are highlighted in yellow, and that is when we would need the full board to be available. So if it's something that's conflicting with anybody's schedule or trips or family coming in from out of town, I'll just read off those dates, Christy, if that works for you, and you can double check your calendar. So obviously today, October 6th, and then the next time we'd all be getting together is when we would be discussing how the stakeholder groups went. And that would be on November 9th. And that's when we would be going over the survey results. That's when we would be going over the promotional flyer. and basically finalizing your recruitment package. So that would be November 9th that we would be doing that. Now you will notice the dates prior to that are highlighted. That's 10/28 through the 29th. That is not where board is in, it needs to be involved. That's where Mike and I are going to be meeting with your stakeholder groups. So that's just in case your stakeholders are coming to you and asking you when it's time for them to be involved. Those are the 2 dates that we are suggesting for them to be
I have a
involved.
question.
Yes.
Were we not going to leave this to after the new board's elected?
So we're going to have kind of a phase where they're going to be brought in throughout and they'll be included. They won't be able to make decisions until they're elected, but they will be included so that when they do take seat, they will be fully informed.
Oh, good. Okay, that works.
So Molly, maybe you could talk a little bit, because I'm a little worried that there's not a lot of time that's been, you're saying 2 stakeholder meetings, or are you talking about multiple stakeholder meetings?
Multiple stakeholder meetings throughout 2 days. And those can be done where Mike and I would both be simultaneously conducting these meetings. So they would be typically about 45 minutes each. And what we do is we encourage you guys to book us up. You know, I would rather be steady throughout the day rather than having large breaks. And so that's something that we'll be talking about during tonight's meeting, is to have everybody start brainstorming about the groups that you would like included. Because we will start.
If we needed to add additional dates, because I'm a little worried that we won't be able to get everybody in on 2 days.
Okay.
Because I'm just thinking about the last one that we had, and it was, I mean, obviously the time amount, the 45 minutes was a little bit longer, but I mean, we had so many community meetings. So I'm just wondering, you know, if there would be enough flexibility in there if we needed to add a couple of other dates.
Yeah, Christy, we could add a 3rd day if we need to. It's very helpful if we back them up so they're one after another. I mean, I've done as many as 30 groups in a location over 3 days. So let's see the number of groups you come up with, and let's look at a schedule. And we're happy to do a day extension if necessary. We want to satisfy the volume that you bring to the table of your constituents.
Thanks, Mike. I love that response. Let's look at who we want to talk to and then schedule. And then if we need more, we'll do more. But if not, we don't. Okay. Thank you.
Perfect. So then the next date that we'd be looking at everybody needing to be ready to sit down. And this is the doozy of a meeting, so I'll warn everybody now. It's on January 25th. And this is going to be where we're bringing you the recommended candidates. You will have access to everybody who applies. You'll have access to view their materials. You will see videos of the candidates that we are recommending. This meeting takes about 4 hours. So it is a long one. So this is the big one that we need everybody to make sure that they're available for. And that's January 25th.
That's a Monday.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, this would be all we do. It's a separate meeting.
It definitely would be on a Monday. So
however you structure that, but it would be ideal.
I think that's great. We could maybe start working on getting that that noticed so that we have it on our agenda, on our calendar as well, because that'll be a meeting of the whole board.
Yes, well, but it's discussing the characteristics of a person, so it's actually,
it will be a closed session, but it still needs to be noticed.
Right. Yes, you're right. But it's a closed session.
Exactly.
Perfect. And then the next 2 dates that we have highlighted in yellow that we'll need the board to be conscious of is the week of February 1. And we have it listed as the week of because it all depends on how many candidates you select for that first round of interview. You know, if you select 4 or 6, that's much different than if you go 8 to 10. So it's all going to be based on the number of candidates that you choose to recommend. So it could be 2 days, it could be 3 days. It all depends on how many candidates you ultimately are bringing in. And same thing when it gets down to that second round of interviews. And that's going to be when you have your top 2 or top 3, they will be there in person. And while you have them there, you know, given you could probably get 3 interviews done in one day with the board. But when it gets down to that final round, we need to discuss whether you want to have forums where your community kind of gets to meet these people, see these people. If we're going to do a town hall session, either virtually, you know, we don't know what COVID is going to look like at that time. So we don't have to nail that down right like tonight. but just that's why we have it open as the week of February 8th, because it opens it up for you all to design it what best fits you and your district and what best fits your community.
Yeah, and if I may suggest, though, COVID may dictate a lot more how much the candidates have face-to-face with constituent groups or members of the public. But if at all possible, I think we recommend, and having done them all kinds of ways in the last 7 months, that if at all possible, at least these finalist candidates get a chance to be face-to-face with you, socially distanced, all masked, all appropriately laid out. But if possible, I think your direct interface with the finalists, I think, are very important.
So does that timeline look okay to everybody as far as their dates?
Can I just see a thumbs up reaction from board? Catherine's still
Catherine,
checking
you gotta
her
hold your
schedule.
thumb higher. We can't see it.
And Michelle, Michelle won't, yeah. Okay, awesome.
Okay, fantastic. So we'll go ahead moving forward with that.
Great.
And so then when we talk about going into, and Mike, you can jump in anytime if you want me just to keep going. So the next thing we want to talk about is the 33 qualities, and that's going to be the online survey that we would actually get up and moving tomorrow. I know that seems really rushed, but what we would do is I would set that all up, and then I would send those to you all, and we would get them posted on social media, on your website. If you guys have a mass email system that goes out to your students, your parents, your administrators, your support staff, non-parent community members, we want to get everybody that we can. So whatever you all think is the best outlet for that, that's how we would want to push it out. Now, when we talk about,
if I may, if it's helpful, and I don't know, not had the good fortune, I'm guessing you have a communications person or persons, and I've not had a chance to discuss that, but we can work with them directly in terms of this, distribution, making it available. So this is going to go on so that if people are missed or can't make certain constituent meetings when they're scheduled in November, I think, as I recall, they're November or the end of October.
October, end of October.
This at least gives all of your community a chance to weigh in. So it's like for everybody in a survey format, and all those that can, if possible, attending constituent groups. And that's how we try to cover the landscape. And that's combined with your individual interviews with us. So that's the collection of information that will begin to build your profile and your actual application brochure.
And that survey will be live for just under a month, so it gives people plenty of time to participate. And the thing that we don't need to decide yet tonight, but if anybody has any suggestions, we do offer the survey in foreign languages. I have yet to be stumped by one, so I encourage you guys to throw them at me. If whatever language you want, even if you've got 2 students or 1 parent that speaks it and you want to make sure to include them, let's make sure we include them. So whatever survey language you can get, you just let me know and I'll have it done tomorrow. So that's
okay. Thanks, Molly. Thanks, Michael. I'll connect you with Yandri, who's on the call,
Yes,
and myself, and we can help facilitate that tomorrow.
Wonderful.
Yeah, Andre, I'm sorry, I didn't know what role you played, but nice to see you on the screen anyway. So.
Nice to see you as well.
Thanks for sticking with us, Yandri.
Perfect. All right, so then we're going to go on to number 4, and we're going to talk about the constituent groups for the input process. We talked about including them in designing the profile, putting that together with a survey and with the stakeholder groups at the end of October. And then Mike kind of touched on it, where we don't have to decide this tonight, but at least get everybody plant the seed and start thinking when we get down to the second round of interviews, because that's when people are probably going to be there in person. Start thinking about if you want to have community involvement, if you want administrator involvement. And like Mike was saying, we've done it several different ways. We've done some where it's all virtual, where the candidate would be in an auditorium and then everybody would be sitting in their homes or their offices. We've done it where it was smaller groups where they've gone into the auditorium, socially distanced, and asked questions. We can really work with it. And since we don't know what COVID is going to look like at that time, in February, we don't have to make those decisions, but at least start thinking about if you want to include community input when you get down to that second round interview.
Thoughts on this, board members? Is this something we want to be thinking about and have a reach out to Molly and Mike with your thoughts? I can't see everyone. I'm sorry. If
I'll just,
okay.
yeah, I'll just, back that up, that I think we definitely need to have a, some kind of, robust community, involvement and engagement. And I know we're probably going to be able to, submit, suggestions for local community organizations or groups or elected officials.
Right.
But there's other components internally as well with administrators and our, teachers union and employee unions that are available to us. And, those are things that I'll be advocating for, Melissa and the rest of my board colleagues.
I think we all will. I think that's important.
For sure, I will be too. I agree with Nate. I think that second round, when we get down to those finalists, that would be really important for us to include those groups.
Yeah, and even in both rounds, if I may just weigh in for a second. In the first round, when you're putting all these different groups, we typically will shrink them for the second round, put more groups in one room, together, whatever. But is that as you give us the list, if you're interested, we also would be happy to share with you if some entity is missing that we might have seen most often from other districts, and say, hey, just so you know, the majority of districts we've been working with during these set of circumstances have also included this and this, and you decide if you want to, if those groups, have the same weight in Salt Lake City as they do in somewhere else. And that's all. We're going to offer you guidance, that they're all your decisions.
I think that's wonderful. Thank you, Mike.
So what guidance do you need from us this evening?
Not right now. We just please start making a list and getting them to Melissa or Quandre so that we can start receiving them. That's all.
Sounds good.
Yeah, in fact, I'm happy to take that on, board members. If you want to send me the list of groups me and Nate, list of groups you'd like to be included in that, we can start sharing that with Molly and Mike.
Perfect. And Melissa, you kind of jumped right into number 5. As far as who the consultant in-house contact person will be and who our board contact will be. And this is just so that Mike and I are not driving y'all crazy and you're getting a whole bunch of emails from us going, I can't deal with this. We want to have one point person, typically one person within the district that would either be our communications person, because I will be harassing them for pictures and blurbs and things for your flyer. And also pushing that survey out. And then the board contact person is the lucky board member that gets to deal with Mike and I on a pretty regular basis. So whoever wants to sign up for that punishment, just let us know.
That's something I'd like to take on. I hope I have board support for that. But that is something I'd like to do as board president. Be that point person.
Perfect. And as far as the district point person, is there anybody that you can think of? Typically it's communications, but I don't want to push that on anybody. It just makes it easier as far as getting that survey out and then getting those blurbs and pictures and materials for that flyer.
Or Larry, it can be do you have a board secretary?
No.
Or not really?
No.
Okay.
Larry, what are your thoughts on the district point person?
Seems like Yandere is the logical choice.
Yeah.
I would support that.
I was going to say.
Or Yandere.
I was going to say, sorry for your short straw, Yandere.
We're going to be best friends by the end of
the We are. By 5 o'clock tomorrow, you're going to be like, I'm so sick of this girl. She needs to go away. All right, perfect. So we've got number 5 then knocked out. And as far as, and that kind of leads us into number 6. And Yandere, you and I can work on this. It's not a big rush tomorrow, but what I'll do just to kind of give you a head start is I'll send you some sample brochures that we've put together so you kind of know what I'm looking for. And then if you want to start throwing pictures or blurbs or any like fun facts, anything that you think would be really attractive, just start shooting them my way and I'll save them, but it's not a big rush. We've got some time, but I'll just get those to you just so you've got plenty of heads up on that one.
Sounds good.
All right, and so then the online application, let me go ahead and pull that up now. So this is our online application that we put together for you guys. This is our standard application. We've had legal counsel look at it for multiple districts. Now that does not mean that you can't change it. Some districts, I'll tell you right now, the biggest modification that we have seen is asking a question about speaking another language is the biggest one, or having them answer if they're familiar, if they have experience within a diverse district. So those are some things that we can certainly add. And it has to, I should preface this, it has to be a yes or no question. We can't have it be open-ended. So it has to be a yes or no, where they can select either a clear-cut yes or no. So if there's any questions that you think is really pertinent to your district and that you want to make sure you have clarification on with everybody, we can certainly add that.
Board members, if you want to think about that and get that feedback back to me, and I should qualify. I do want to be the board representative here on this, but I when I say that, I mean me and Nate. That's something that I see us, Molly, Nate and I being a team on this. So feel free to reach out to both of us. And I'm happy to take feedback from board to either Nate or I on other yes, no questions you might be wanting to add to this.
Perfect.
And then we can share that then with you and Molly, with you and Mike.
Perfect. And if we get some questions that are similar, we may combine them into one instead of having candidates fill out multiple questions that may be very similar. So we will do our best to accommodate everybody, but just so everybody knows, we may have to wordsmith and combine a couple if we need to, if they're similar.
And just to be clear, this is the application that you typically send out with the addition of potentially one or two questions.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And it covers all the basics to make sure that there's no surprises. It holds everybody accountable that it's applying. It's got a signature line. It really does its due diligence as far as getting the basics. And then when they complete this, they would also submit a resume, a cover letter, and then 3 to 4 letters of recommendation as well. So this would all be part of the packet that you guys will all get to see at the completion of the recruitment process.
Great.
And if we could just have a date of, look and see when if we could have everybody, any suggested edits to the application, if we could have that by November 4th, does that give everybody plenty of time? It gives us time to modify before we open up recruitment. Perfect. Okay, so we'll just set a deadline of November 4th. Okay. Fantastic. All right. Perfect. So then we're going to go into the advertisement. So I'll go ahead and open that guy up. All right. So these are the suggested advertising venues. And this is kind of my wheelhouse. So I kind of nerd out for a little bit. So just everybody bear with me. As far as advertising, with where you're at right now, we're going to do the 60-day recruitment based off your timeline. And we don't need to do the full 60 days for every advertising venue on here and waste your money. What I like to do and what I think is the most beneficial is really stagger advertising so that you get the most coverage, it's consistent coverage, but not repetitive, and it's not getting stagnant. Because when you start an advertisement, I mean, we've all been on the job boards, you've all seen them. You know, when you first start, the newest ones are on top. By the end of that 60 days, you're going to be way at the bottom, and it's just not worth wasting the money on, obviously. I will tell you though, the one thing I will push is for AASA. AASA and Education Week are our top 2 best results. Yeah, they're the best ones that get us results. And so with where you're at time-wise, you're hitting the peak time, you know, Thanksgiving and Christmas. I would really recommend doing that AASA job flash package for $599. Yeah. That gets emailed directly to over 5,000 superintendents that are within their database. And then it's also posted for 30 days. So even if somebody's not looking on their job board, it's going to come in their inbox. So I would really recommend doing that $599 job package. When it comes down to Education Week, part of our base fee, we include a 30-day posting with Education Week. So unless you guys feel really passionate about putting things in print, unfortunately, print's kind of a dying art form. I would not recommend it. I would just go with the 30-day that we include with our base fee. So I wouldn't
Right.
waste more money there.
Yeah.
If anybody feels really passionate about print or about banner ads, we certainly can. And the fees are listed on that document that you can see. I just don't think it's worth it, honestly. And I don't want to waste your money. Anything that you do post, we will send you with receipt documentation showing that there is no markup. We don't mark anything up. So you will have documentation for everything we do post. Now, when it comes to NAPSE, which is the National Alliance of Black School Educators, and ALIS, which is the Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents, I would recommend posting on those two.
Yeah.
They are two fantastic venues to cover diversity as far as the African American community and the Hispanic Latino community. I would really recommend, those are the two that I would really recommend. Education America, I wouldn't waste the money on it. I don't see the results on it. I don't get good results from it. I wouldn't mess with it. Same thing with School Leadership 2.0. It's quite frankly, it's just not worth the money. It's not where I know it's only $149, but it's just not worth it. And I don't want to waste your money on there. I would recommend the free job postings, obviously, just to get your name out. The more coverage, the better. And they're free. We do have some of the other optional advertising underneath. And these are some that you might want to consider. I would not mess with the American Association of School Personnel Administrators. I wouldn't waste my time on it. Same thing with district admin website. You'll notice that district admin website, the posting looks very similar to AASA, and they're actually owned by the same media company, your membership. So I wouldn't recommend it. It's just doubling and costing you more money. The IamDiversity.com, if you're going to hit the NAPSE and ALIS, I wouldn't even bother with it. The only one that I would ask you to maybe consider, and we don't have to decide on it right now, we could decide once we get 30 days into recruitment and see how your numbers look and what your quality of candidates look like, is the Career Builder. It's an affiliate of USA Today. So as far as national big coverage, that would get it for you. It's just a little bit more spendy. It's $375 for a 30-day posting. So what I would like to suggest to you all is that we move forward with the AASA, the Ed Week, which is covered in your base fee, your NAPSE and your ALIS, and then within 30 days, do a pulse check. Let's check and see what your numbers look like. Let's check and see what the quality of those numbers look like, because we want quality over quantity. And then we can decide if it's not where we're happy, then we can talk about doing Career Builder, which is the USA Today. Or if things look steady, we can say, we don't need it. So that's what I would suggest to you as far as your advertising package. And I know I talked very fast, so I apologize if.
Oh, and then you'll do, if I may, you'll do your own postings for the school boards and the school administrators or superintendents organization, the business officials, because in most states, in most cases, if your membership in those organizations gets you your free advertising.
Yeah, they won't let me because I'm in Iowa.
They won't let
But
us.
they'll let
We're
you.
the outsiders.
But
Yes,
we would
thank
send
you.
we would send you the ad, and all you'd have to do is just hit forward.
Okay.
Sounds very reasonable.
That sounds like a good plan to me.
I would agree.
Board members, if you want to think about it and give me a thumbs up now, or if you want to give me a thumbs up tomorrow. It's late, so I know. Thanks, Michelle. Love that. Welcome to Zoom. I love it. We've been on WebEx for 6 months, so thanks, Michelle, for officially welcoming us to Zoom. I think we've got support for that plan, Molly.
Perfect. Yeah.
Great.
We don't want to waste your money. We don't want to waste anybody's time. It just, with our experience, those are going to be the ones that we really want to hit. And we'll do a pulse check, and if things aren't where they need to be, then we'll talk about USA Today. If things are as good as what I think they're going to be, we won't have to worry about it.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Okay. Now the next question will be, I don't know if you want to talk to legal counsel or if anybody is familiar, but do you know of any specific state requirements that you have for your superintendent position?
We've just been through this. Christina, do you want to weigh in? I mean, I think the board's fairly familiar with it.
I mean, sorry. I could weigh in, or I could just basically send the state requirements, the section of the code.
That'd be great.
That would be
the preference. Okay,
There you
I'll
go.
send that.
Check.
Perfect. Thank you, Christina. And then the next question would be, is the board willing to offer a contract to a finalist that would still need to get their certification within the state of Utah? Oops. So if somebody could get it in the process, would you all be open to that?
I would think we would. I would be personally.
So the thought would be they don't have a current Utah license,
Correct.
and so they would, okay.
So maybe somebody that's got a license in Colorado or California, and that they would need to take a class or do something to get certified, that it would just be an extra step or two. Would you all consider that?
Yeah,
And I think we'll just need to check. I mean, I think if they got it before they actually started their job here, that would be okay, but that might be one of the state specific requirements for the position, that they have a Utah license.
You may be very well correct, Christy, but I will tell you in most states, there's a time frame. Some are 6
Right.
months and some are a year. It's like you can take the position and you'll have to look at your own statutes. But in most cases, there's a given time frame in the process.
I was just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that like the state may have like a deadline for how long
Yes.
to get that.
And in all honesty, if it didn't, you have a right to set it as part of the contractual negotiations also.
Okay. I'm hearing some support, some concern. I think maybe it would be dependent on the candidate, certainly. If there's somebody that go ahead, Christy, I don't want to.
No, I was just gonna say, Melissa, let's look into it first. Let's see what that timeline is. And then I think that will help us determine, what those parameters are. So let's look and see what the state code says.
Okay.
And actually, in looking at it, it doesn't seem to be that. And I know my understanding is that Superintendent Cunningham got hers in November. So she would have been under contract with you all starting in July, and she had hers by November.
Okay.
Perfect.
That seems fairly standard, but I think it
is.
Depends on certainly on the candidate, right? We want the best candidate.
Perfect.
Right.
Okay. All right. Then the last one, and I'm going to shut up after this one. My favorite part, invoicing. Who would you like me to send that to so that I'm not harassing everybody? Melissa, would that be you, or would you like me to send it to Tyler? What works best for you?
So I would say to Alan Kersley, who's our business administrator.
Okay.
And I'm happy, Alan, for you to share information of those invoicing to the rest of the board, to all of us. But I think it should go directly to Alan, who's our business administrator.
Got it.
And if you need contact information for him, I'm happy to give his email.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. I can't see Alan. I don't know if I'm sure he's still with us. There's Alan in the purple.
He gave you a thumbs up.
Purple bedroom.
Yes, that's good. Just send the invoices to me. We'll get it.
Perfect. Okay. I appreciate. Thank you, Alan. So then the next thing that we have on the agenda is the discussion of salary. Now, is that something that we need to go into closed session to discuss?
Yes.
So as far as negotiation, yes.
Okay.
So
go ahead, Melissa.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Mike. I would say yes, but I don't know how quickly you need that, because it is late. We do need to go into a closed session for a litigation topic, which would only take a couple of minutes. And because we've had our district employees on this call for as long as we have, I'd like to do that one first. And then I will take feedback from the board. If it doesn't need to happen tonight, maybe you'd be willing to join us for our next our next meeting, which is in 2 weeks. And I will take feedback from the board on that. I think it might be useful for the board to kind of see some of the salary comparisons again. And
I would feel better, especially with Christy not seeing the materials. I would like everybody to see those comparisons that we put together. Go over those and just be able to absorb them and ask questions and be ready to discuss if possible.
So board, I would take maybe just a thumbs up feedback. Are we okay with moving the salary discussion to our next meeting. Okay.
Melissa, could I just ask a quick question? So or maybe it's to Molly. Molly, the salary information that you include, is that about Utah or is that about national?
Both. We did one for your region, and then we did also one for the national, just so you could see kind of what you're up against on a national level, and then also for your region.
So when you say region, can you give me, I mean, is that like the Wasatch Front? Is that what you mean?
Let me here. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
that's
not
pretty
share.
much what you would call that.
Yeah, here, let me. I'm gonna unshare my screen so I can look at it really quick. I don't want to get in trouble here.
And I can tell you the districts.
Is it Mike? If you've got, oh,
Yeah, I got it right here, Miles.
Great.
Yeah, if you want to do that in that way, I don't.
Yeah,
because I'm scared I'm going to share
it's-
screen accidentally.
Well, some of it has to do with enrollment similarity also, Christy. So it's, I think you pronounce it, is it Catch or Cache? C-A-C-H-E. Canyons, Nebo, Park City, Provo, and Jordan. Those are the ones we captured. And then what their salaries have been since 2017-18, all the way through what we project them to be in 2021-2022.
And does that also include their benefits? Is it their whole
No.
package? Just their base salary?
Just base salary.
Their
No,
base
just
salary?
base salary.
Okay.
My guess is you have a pretty standard package over time. You know, there may be some exceptions with an individual candidate, but most of these have a tendency to follow previous, at least the last two is pretty common.
And I did share with Molly and Mike a salary comparison study that was done in our district by our previous business administrator.
Yes.
Maybe a year ago.
Yep,
So-
and they lined up pretty well.
Yeah.
So they Molly and Mike have had access to that as
Yeah,
well.
we've
And
seen
if
it.
board members, if you would like me to share that with you, I'm happy to share that. You have it, I think, because we've talked about it before. But if you need a current copy, I'm happy to share that with you through email.
I-
Then we'll be ready for a conversation in our next meeting.
Great.
Perfect. I do want to just put a bug in everybody's ear when it comes to salary. We do not want to have a range of 220 to 260,000. Because we all know in the job market, if we were looking for a job, nobody wants that low end of the spectrum. Nobody's like, yes, give me that lowest number. So we try to narrow it down to one number. And we have it worded in a way that we really, really love. It's called in the range of, and then your selected number, but then it's determined based upon criteria and meeting the qualifications of the board. So it gives you all complete control. So even if you put it in the range of, let's just say 200,000, I'm just going to throw that out there. If you say in the range of 200,000 and you get somebody who is just a standout rock star that you never thought you could get, and you want to offer a little bit more because you know that they're in another search, you can. If it's somebody who's maybe an up and comer, but is just doing amazing things and you know you'd be lucky to get him or her because they're going to be there for years, you can go a little bit lower and still, but you have that wiggle room. So you guys have ultimate control when it comes to salary. If that makes sense.
That's great.
We'll talk more about that in executive session.
No, that's great. Thank you for that information. Thank you for being with us tonight. Are there other things that you wanted to cover? Or are we good to
No.
see you? Yeah, well, thank you so much. We really
Thank you.
appreciate
Pleasure.
your help through this.
Yep. Have a
Pleasure.
great night.
Take care.
Solid.
All the
Thanks,
best. Be safe.
Thank you, board members. We have board member report on here. I'm hoping that you might be willing to table that too. And I would take a motion for us to go into a closed executive session so that we can discuss litigation.
That motion.
And we won't take very much of your time, I promise.
Second the motion.
Okay.
Oh, what?
I seconded your motion, Christy.
Okay.
So I have a motion to go into closed executive session for the purpose of discussion litigation. Motion by Christy, seconded by Sam. Let's go ahead and take that vote.
Michelle Tweetsbo, yes.
Mike Naronka, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Samuel Hansen, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Awesome. So let's go ahead and turn off the live stream and